buying ICP team polling units. That has nothing to hide.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it.
Bring in for a period of retirement plan. It has no plan for the people of Kogi, and I just hope that the people of Kogi State will not be deceived by the kneeling down of El-Rufai. This is political scam.
Okay, before we go to the other papers, I want to take your quick thoughts on Dakolo's rape case. MT says court. Reps, okay, operation positive identification, but that Dakolo rape, the court has struck it out.
Yeah, they said they struck it out that is status bad. You know, the case didn't come up when it's supposed to come up. So, you know, there are processes in law. So if they didn't file the case when they were supposed to file it, the court didn't say that he's innocent. But all they are saying is that this case is status bad. It has passed the period when you are supposed to come up with this matter. What would be her options now, in your opinion? Should she still continue with the legal battle? I think she should leave it. She should just forget it and let's leave it to conscience, and if she believes, leave it to God to do the rest. Because right now, legally, she cannot be remedied.
All right, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. We also have the Guardian here. I don't know if we have more time, but let's rush through this one quickly. Court knocks APC out of Bayelsa governorship polls. A couple of riders to that story. At the very top, you're looking at APC State Chairman Bako Shomole urged APC Governors Forum to sack DG. We skip to where we have OPEC hints of drop in Nigeria's oil output. And then at the very bottom of the paper, we have the Bayelsa Kogi poll again captured here. Ghost workers, ICPC grills 59 directors over 3 billion naira transfer, faults ASU on IPPIS. Go on with planned OPI, reps tell Army. FG plans new $800 million seaport in Warri. That's according to Minister Amechi out there. And just beside it, you have the Naira Watch. You also have at the top of it, NNPC secures $1.16 million grant from USTDA for 1,350 megawatts power plant. The back of the paper is sports as usual, but let's get your thoughts here before we go on.
What I quickly want to jump on is the issue of the operation positive identification. You know, I don't know why in this country we like to put the cart before the horse. You are saying people should bring to identify themselves, but you have not given the people the enough time to get this positive ID. Even those that have gone for the national identification, it's so strenuous. So what I expect the rep to have done is to give this positive identification maybe like a year period and ask the guys in charge of national ID card to make sure that these things, you know, these things become so easy to get so that nobody will have any excuse not to have an identification when they are going out. So, but right now, for the fact that they have given the army go ahead to carry out this operation is going to cause a lot of human rights abuses, because not every Nigerian has the opportunity to have this any form of valid identification. And number two, how do you identify a valid identification? Will the army be going about with a computer set to plug in the details to make sure that those ID cards are authentic and valid? So those are the things you can do. Somebody can go to a computer center and then forge a document and be carrying it about. So there is no form, you will be surprised that there will be no technology that is attached to this process. Because normally if you go with an ID card, they're supposed to plug in your ID number to bring out your information to make sure that this ID card is authentic and valid. That won't be happening because they don't have the technology to do it.
All right, the Guardian newspaper. Fear of violence as police deploy 66,241 for Bayelsa Kogi elections. That's on the front page. There you have it. We also have a picture, Nigerians under the ages of Take It Back movement and Free Showore now gathered in front of the official residence of the Nigerian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom that demands the release of Omoyele Sowore. Okay, there seems to be a movement on that one. Nigerians in UK protest. There's a little caption by the side of that photograph. If you go to the bottom, you will see court dismisses Busola's case against Koza Pastor. I've touched on that. Fire raises 4 buildings, 3 shops in Ogun. Senate introduces Southwest Development Commission bill, amends procurement law. On the back page, we have The Guardian Sports. We'll see if we have time. We'll come to that. But let's look at this. So this headline has come up in some of the papers. I'd like you to touch on it. Senate introduces Southwest Development Commission bill.
Yeah, that's what I was even going to touch on. You see, the problem we like to treat the symptoms rather than to check what is the cause of this problem. What we should be talking about is restructuring of this country. It's not talking about, we shouldn't be talking about development commission of different zones. We should be talking about how we can restructure this country so that this country can become functional.
Is that conversation still valid? Because it seems there's been, water has been poured over it. The intensity of the conversation, let's say a year or less than that ago, has, diminished.
Yeah, it was a political, it became a political talking point. But nevertheless, because of the deception of the people in power, they want to keep perpetuating the system that brought them in. Look, there are 2 things we should be discussing now. We should be discussing about restructuring of the country and also electoral reforms. But those 2 important germane topics have been watered down. So if we restructure this country, every region should be able to...
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hi guys, this is Toby Bakre. I'm on Plus TV Africa and I'm going to be answering some of your questions. 5 fitness tips for you guys. First of all, drink lots of water. Second of all, don't eat later than 7, 8 p.m. Stay active throughout your whole day. Instead of taking the elevator, sometimes take the stairs. Stay active. Enroll in the gym. Be it yoga, be it weight. My songs in the club and stuff like that. Maybe I can say, okay, maybe I'll be a performing artist. Get someone to write the song, then just go to the studio and do it. Maybe. Never say never. Who is my favorite Nollywood actress and why? Okay, I think I'm going to give 2 answers, or 3 answers. First of all, the first lady, Genevieve, and that's because she's so good at what she does and she's very professional. And she's a pioneer. She's kind of taking this whole thing to the next level, so yeah. And then for the newer guys, Eferele and Ini, I combined the 2. I just like them. I like their movies too. That's all. my daily routine and what makes Toby Bakre Toby Bakre. You see, I wake up in the morning. First of all, I pray. When you're thankful for the little things, I mean, just wake up with a heart of gratitude, like thank God for life, for the little things. And then after that, I play some music, get into the day already, like fast bumping music. So I'm getting into the shower, I'm already moving, plan out my day, do some exercise. And so when I step out of the house, man, I'm already, the vibe is up there. So nothing can bring me down for the day. So going like that, and it's almost gonna be a good day. Like you see, right now I just have like great vibes. In my head, I'm still playing the song I woke up to. It's all good. All right, thank you very much, guys. Signing out.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we
Analyze the story behind the story.
And intrigues.
I can't work for anybody. Number of times I spent with shoes, I see shoes in my dreams sometimes.
I can't be waiting for salary.
I know we have a lot of challenges.
Working for people is like starting from the scratch.
We have political issues, we have socio-economic.
For a long period of time.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say.
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
All right, country people, greet on top this very o'clock. Wemson at join us for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. This is the tour Wemson one summer given my name, I promise, Nero. Let's say Federal High Capital Territory High Court Wemson they sit down for Buhari. Don't throw away one matter when we say Obonga photographer Busola Dakolo against the senior pastor of the Commonwealth of Zion Assembly, Pastor Biodun Fatoyinbo. The court don't order make she pay 1 million naira sake of say he waste their time. For one suit, when say Busola, wife of musician Timi Dakolo, 5 for September, she somehow accused gave the pastor for rape and say what the pastor do, and the one when we say take say hand not do the hands affect in marital sex life. She can say she want a personal letter of apology from the pastor to tell her say make she no vex for what he do. Fato Ibu lawyer Alex is here. He can say they no feel reason the matter and say the matter no get heard at all. For a ruling, Justice Oddman Musa said the matter enter injustice and abuse of judicial process say the case is empty. Justice Musa said the matter no fit prove anything and the court still award 1 million naira against Busola Dakolo and said the fine for be like 10 times more because they waste the court time. All right, for here we get our chairman for here, Moses. When we say they with us, when we say we'll throw away some question give as in the heart of this Busola matter. Oga, welcome to this very show for Plus TV Africa.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know say you are happy when we say you deal with us here, and we thank you for coming. For this matter, when we say they grant, so this Busola and Fato Ibu, when we say Bonge pastor for Obodo Niger, so I want to really talk well because it could be like say the matter they one kind. The first question they say on top of the one say they rule in favor of the pastor when they say now he do the rape for the woman. So they call rule say okay, now the woman now they at fault. How you say?
Well, the thing where the court talks, because all these things they get time. No be like criminal case where you go say any time they can try them. So it gets time period where you say if you don't pass so time. You know, they don't go fit bring up the matter. They call them status bar. You know, so I think that is the court no say whether the pastor do am or you know do am. You only say the woman will come complain, say in abuse of court process because of the time frame of her complaint. You know, but nevertheless. I think I think say that fine of 1 million naira is unnecessary because it go make people who are supposed to come out can't speak, say things like this happen. They go they fear to come talk. You know. Nevertheless, nobody know whether the pastor do am or you know do am, and also I think it's very unfair on the side of the.
Now the first question. They say because I know say they won't expand for everything. You feel say the people they expect different results.
Which people they
as in the people when they say as the people when say that they support as in me and you, they expect different result from the one when we say yes. So
no, I no expect now. If you don't understand if you don't know how this thing they work, now you go expect different results. You know when you talk about the law is not about the law. No, they deal with emotions. The law they deal with evidence and procedure. You understand me? Although the legal system for Nigeria they funny because they don't hijack them. But nevertheless, in a same client, in a country where we say everything they work well. Waiting happen so no surprise me because now so it's supposed to be. Number one, the time of the complaint don't too late. Number two, you need evidence to convince the judge say you were raped. Because when they say you raped, when you say you torchlight somebody's website, you know, you go need number one, you go first of all go police station, you go carry go hospital, they go take DNA sample, they go test you whether the man's sperm there inside your body. So all those technicalities no fit happen now. So anybody really understand how the process they work, no good day surprise.
Correct. The other one, they say the court order Busola to pay 1 million naira fine. Say waste the court time. Say the matter say they grant, so as you don't waste the court time, they're supposed to give you like 10 times. That is 10 million naira. But people say one kind matter, they can't reason and call 1 million. How you see the matter?
Well, that one may I get small problem put, you know. Because this one will go discourage so many women who won't come outside, can't complain. Say somebody touchlight their website, you know, without permission. You know. So what the court should have done to encourage women to still speak up, not to say, okay, just apologize publicly to him. You know, but I think this 1 million fine it go discourage so many women where they don't touchlight their website. Who won't come say, this man touchlight my website when I don't give them that number. You know, all those kind of things.
So I don't say you know law well. You sure say that what the law supposed to talk. say me they give 1 million. You should say they even supposed to say me they bring money for it, or they're
supposed to talk. If they, you know, say when you file your case, there are some certain prayers where you go put say this person don't tarnish your image. You need so amount of money for character assassination and the rest. So now the court in his own wisdom, the judge in his own wisdom will say, he go either give you, for instance, if he say make you pay me 10 million for insulting me when I don't do you anything, but the court will come look and say maybe if I put 10 million now, it no go good for this man. The court will say okay, pay 10 naira. You know, so there must be something. You know, there must be a kind of fine.
Okay, but money must involve.
Money must involve, or it must not involve. You can change that to apologies. Okay, apologize. So it depends on the discretion of the judge. Nowhere where they say you must pay so amount.
Now wait till one of
that's why I say for just end up for apology, so that other women can come and tomorrow can say, Honorable Moses touchlight my website when I know say make it touchlight time.
All right, they say some people go argue say 20 years now a long time. And as it be like this, as the matter court they go, say he had to prove the terms of the evidence because as you talk before say na a long time. How you go talk about this matter? You should say too long. I've been at the time when be say the woman feel like say go come outside, now he supposedly come outside.
The thing be say the law now the law. Okay. You get your process. No, if you are coming to this one now in the court of public opinion, no be law with the talk now. In the court of public opinion, they say it's too long. You understand me? Say, you know what, it's never too late. In the court of public opinion, they say it's never too late. But in the court of law, it is too late. So now two different things.
Okay. Okay, moving forward, how you feel say they fit treat rape matter for this our country when we say don't date the way we base on?
You know, funny enough, when I come studio this morning, I was discussing with some people. I was so shocked that a lady was telling me that say if a woman follow man go hotel and of course now me tell her say if a woman can follow you to the hotel when I don't agree so I won't go check in website. If you follow you reach hotel and I say I no do again. From that moment, anything where you force her to do and rape. This lady was arguing with me that waiting make the woman follow and go reach a hotel in the first place. So number one is a cultural issue. You know, because of some people are from a polygamous home, so and the cultural issue and the system of Nigeria can say once you deal with woman, you need to make woman follow you go in an enclosed place. You must touch lighting website. Even your wife can accuse you say you touch lighting website by force. That's what you pay money for. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we change the mindset of our people. And we must tell people say no shame. If somebody touchlight your website by force, you understand me? Go to the relevant authorities, make your case, go to the hospital, make them check, make sure say in DNA inside your body. Then from there you can have a case. But if you don't go let all these things go past, you can't go bath, can't go wash yourself, can't come outside say in touchlight my website. You don't get matter again now.
All right.
You don't chop clean mouth, you can't.
All right. Thank you very much, Moses, for your contribute when you say you give us on top of the clock. All right, as it be like this, they say the All Progressive Congress, APC for Bayelsa, they say they're still there for the race for the November 16 governorship election. The party talk on Thursday say even with the Federal High Court judgment when they say stop the party governorship primary of September 4th, 2019, they say the party go still join body for the election. And they say one Federal High Court when say Justice Jane Iyang stand as Oga on Thursday, he put full stop for the nomination of David Leon as the candidate of the APC for one matter when say Senator Heineken Lopobiri when say be one of the aspirants fight when say put palava for the ticket of APC. Iyang said the primary election when say the APC do not follow the party rules and constitution, and he can't put a full stop for the eyes of the law and say make INEC not look any of the aspirants when say they join body for the waka. Jonathan Amos, chairman of the Bayelsa chapter of APC, when we say Shukmat, put say the party the ginger to overcome the setback before start of the poll. And they say the party don't start the legal process of appeal, and they did the process to get their stay of execution till when we say the appeal court could do something. They say the Deputy Inspector General of the Police, Abdul Majid Ali, he don't somehow give those people when they say that they plan to thief ballot box then for Saturday election inside Kogi and Bayelsa states. Say maybe they use their brain to rethink as the police not go look their face. As they yarn for one press conference on Thursday ahead of the Saturday elections for Kogi and Bayelsa State, the DIG say they oversee the Kogi election, say they don't carry enough personnel to police the state, and they still deal with any yeye waka when say that they do for the election. Isaba one say if anybody try to thief ballot box on Saturday, they say the person go pay for them. And he said the force don't undertake one security threat of torchlighting for both Kogi and Bayelsa states. And they don't see possible risk geolocated trouble spots. And they don't see people when they say they join body when they say they go fit do wahala for the process. They say a state has taken and they say Oga President Muhammadu Buhari don't call for fairness and transparency for Saturday governorship poll for Kogi and Bayelsa states. And they say they go do one repeat election for Kogi West Senatorial District. On Saturday, November 16, voters for two states, Bayelsa and Kogi, go talk who go take charge of the administrator of the Ogbonge state for the next 4 years. Oga President Buhari throw strong enough for how they go take a put law enforcement officials for two states. And the statement when we say the presidential media aide, Gabashe Hussain, say the states must do their function with fairness and transparency. Buhari call on voters for Bayelsa and Kogi states may they do peaceful waka with the way the law take put on. All right, for now, we'll enter one small chicken break. When we show back, we'll summon on that story there. We'll not go anywhere.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Let's say Pro Transparency Group Accountability Lab don't tell public servants may they show the highest form of integrity and transparency to stop Woro. This will happen for the meet the Icons Group for Abuja when said that they throw hailings give public servants with proof of track record of honesty and integrity. The group when say that they collaborate with the Embassy of Sweden inside Nigeria to make people know the importance of honesty and personal responsibility. And they don't still hope say they're going to inspire one new generation of public servants when say they get ginger and not they do woro.
We need people to stand up to take action. We just need people to stand up to do the right thing. A person of integrity working for government, we have heard Bukola, who is one of them, and she said it's not easy. Not easy being like, we know the society we're in. For you to stand out with integrity, it takes a lot. You need to be brave.
We are glad to say that we are the first government agency to have an electronic FOI portal on our website. Apart from having that on our website, we are encouraging all government agencies to have that on their websites. Furthermore, we have developed a program that is called Scorecard for Ranking of Government Websites. This is working in line with the Executive Order 001 and the OGP commitments that is directing government agencies to open up their services to provide information on everything around them on their website. That program started last year. We did the first scoring. We are currently scoring government agencies for 2019. And we're saying in that criteria, all government agencies must have electronic FOI portal. All government agencies must have a working email address that you can send text emails and somebody will respond to. All government agencies must have working telephone numbers that the citizens can engage, ask ask questions.
In terms of anti-corruption, we believe, of course, in Sweden we pay a lot of taxes. We have a system, a welfare system that is heavily depending on the ability to raise taxes. That's also a very important point made in the book. I mean, and that to be able to have a well-functioning society, a welfare state, you need taxes and you need the citizen to contribute to that welfare system. But in order for them to do so and to want to do so, obviously the taxpayers' money must be used in a good way, so that you know that when you pay taxes, it goes to services that will come back to you.
Let's say even with plenty maritime boundary disagreements, Oga of Kenya and Somalia on Thursday, they agree say they will normalize relations for one meeting inside Nairobi. Kenya and Uhuru Kenyatta and his Somali counterpart, Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo, confirmed the relation between the two neighbors for one joint press conference after one closed-door meeting. The Somali Oga are part of the World Oga when we say that they Kenya for the International Conference on Population and Development when we say just finished. This year, at the 25th edition, Kenya Foreign Affairs Chifu Monica Juma, a write for Twitter, said the two Ogbonga people agreed to bring normality to our bilateral relation and do everything to bring peaceful relation when we say join the one when we say they want to get visas on arrival to encourage free movement of our people. All right, the next one, now foreign news. And for foreign, they say officials say government don't kill 2 students and 3 others injured for one open fire for the secondary school inside California. The shooting happened for the Sagos High School inside Santa Clarita, north of Los Angeles, minutes before the school started that day. They don't carry one 16-year-old male suspect when we say injured go custody. Many U.S. schools don't put active shooter drills for recent years after the Ogbonge Gbege around the country.
One of the 14-year-old victims at the hospital has also passed away just moments ago. So our fatalities now were 2. So with heavy heart, we're going to move forward with the investigation, figure out what went wrong. And I hate to have Saugus be added to the names of Columbine, Parkland, Sandy Hook, but it's a reality that affects us all throughout the nation, something we're going to have to deal with. And as Captain Lewis said, we got to figure out what are we doing wrong and how can we stop this.
All right, the next one, our business news. And for the close of trade on Thursday, the stock market ended very progressive as the all-share index closed for the grain.
At the close of trade on Thursday, the all-share index rose by 1.91% to close at 26,843.11. Total deals recorded was 6,426, with an equity capitalization of 13.067 trillion naira. On the list of top gainers was Guinness, which closed at a share price value of 26 naira per share, while Guarantee closed at a share price value of 29 naira 90 kobo per share. Leading the list of top decliners was MTN Nigeria, who dropped to a share price value of 121 naira 90 kobo per share, while Champion dropped to a share price value of 90 kobo per share. And on the list of top trades by value was Zenith Bank, with a volume of 167.922 million shares traded at a value of 3.186 billion naira. And on sectorial indices, NSE Insurance was up by 1.96%, NSE Oil and Gas was up by 0.92%, NSE Banking was up by 7.04%, NSE Consumer Goods was up by 0.98%, and NSE Industrial was up by 1.24%. And according to the Lagos parallel market, the Naira traded to $1, buying at 358 Naira to $1 and selling at 360 Naira to $1. The Naira bought at 458 Naira to a pound and traded at 464 Naira to a pound. The Naira also bought at 392 Naira to a Euro and traded at 398 Naira to a Euro.
Still ahead on Top Plus TV Africa News, our roundup for entertainment and sports with the show back. And on to entertainment, Eliza Seraphine, the baby mama of rapper and record producer Future, he claims that the singer they tried to shut her up on top say they use legal system. The Future he tried to get one judge to impose one gag order on top Eliza head, as he claims say on top the interview when we say they do for social media, he make and they worry saying a lie and they allegate a lie and say go leak to media and the public as they hot. Eliza come file court papers last week when MCT claims say Future they tried to put one order for inside the Peking custody and support matter, and this one they already try to bring her down on top the matter of the charge of informate when we say come out for the child paternity legal case as she did against the rapper. The rapper does say he no grill on top the witty Eliza talk for the Eliza daughter matter, and he say for a owner, he say make it clear say 5 wives including his before fiancée Ciara and mother of a 5-year-old son Future. He said that they're on top of the matter. All right, that one of entertainment. The next one now for sport. And on to sport, they say before France and Arsenal striker don't take over as Koshile of Ogbonge League soccer side Montreal Impact. This one they show after they pursue him as Monaco manager for January. Henry signed 2-year deal when we say get option for 2022 with the club Montreal when we say they failed to make the playoff last season, and I say come out leave Koshile, Wilmer, Calpera when we say contract finished for the end of the campaign. After he retired as player, he joined Belgium coaching staff for 2016 before he take over as Monaco Oga for October 2018. All right, now what we'll get for now top this very o'clock for News on the Hour for Plus TV Africa. For better and plenty information, Mona follow us at Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And it will make sense for now subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will stay the summer and plenty of that to read them as time they go. My name, I promise, Nero. And I thank our episode. I take join us. Una, well done.
I actually moved back to Nigeria to open a bakery. This was my goal, and everything I did up till this point was in preparation for this. First of all, life was great because I moved in 2015 right before the recession, right? It was awesome. I was like, wow, there's so much money out here, man. The cost of overheads, power generation, water, you have to be your own local government. And there are no tax breaks. Many places where, where they realize the small business environment is difficult would offer some kind of tax breaks and incentives. We don't do that out here. We want you to come back. We want you to, to start businesses here, but we're not going to do anything to help you. All my experiences in the past have led me ultimately to where I am now.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Trending.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say.
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. We bring you up to speed with everything happening in the world of sports. I've got Swore right here on the show, who is making a return after some time off. Welcome to the show. And you look sold out already.
Yes, I'm sold out. I need another vacation. I mean, it was such a blast. Abuja was a trip. But I'm glad, eager to get into the business of today. President's Cup is kicking everything kickable. So I'm excited. Excited to be here again. Well, you can catch us on StarTimes channel 308 and channel 528. And of course, you can also catch us online at www.plustvafrica.com. Follow us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Instagram and on Twitter. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. Well, let's start off with the Under-23 Eagles. They will file out against South Africa in the AFCON Under-23 tournament. And this is a must-win for the boys. And we've seen how they performed so far. In the first game, they lost that one to Cote d'Ivoire by the odd goal, courtesy a penalty, and we finished that game with 10 men. And the second game, we defeated Zambia outstandingly by 3-1. But we need to win this game against South Africa. What are the chances of the boys? Let me put it this way. Knowing that it's a little bit difficult for us to get more goals in now, you saw General commenting on the team that Amak Bakabo has on ground, I mean the Olympic Eagles, and saying that unfortunately we have the best of the under-23s in the senior side, and what we have now, they are just the ones that are still trying to find form and follow up. And I can't blame General. So I feel like what we can do for this is get your strikers and let them go at it. Obviously, you can see that, yes, we have defensive shape, and center midfielders or defensive midfielders are trying to keep a shape, but when moving forward, we don't have options. We have Oji or Okoronkwo, who happens to be one of the best players in Montreal Impact, and Bologna for that matter, and the kind of form he has been on, he still managed to replicate it, because in the game we managed to win. He was one of the people that spearheaded it. We also have Wankali, but unfortunately, other than those loud names, we don't have too many persons that we can be like, these are the guys. So I feel like bring in all your creativity and go for it, because this is not a time for permutations. This is 2019, man.
We have to go all out.
We can't do it. This one score and this one do. No, it can't work.
All right, we're looking forward to that one and wishing Nigeria best against South Africa. We're going all out for the win and hoping that we get that one and qualify for the next phase of the tournament. But before we go on the break, let's quickly talk about basketball. Quick update on what's happening in the 2019 President Cup for Rivers Hoopers and Raptors. They've qualified for the semi-finals of that one. And for the pre-Olympic qualifiers, the Tigers have started their campaign with a walkover win. But let's start off with the President Cup. I'll give Swore like 30 seconds to run through that one. Okay, basically, we've seen the main guys that are supposed to be the main guys. I'm talking about Rivers Hoopers, the one they call the national team. And of course, we have Raptors from Lagos that are already stepping up. It's no surprise, because you see them doing what they did at Kwara, carrying it over into Lagos for the final 8. Shout out to Benway Braves. They are one of the new kids on the block. They are managing to make things happen. Also, unfortunately, Ondo boys, they are not still shining. They are just the ones that people come to beat. My grouch is this.
apart from the shout out I'm going to give to Coach Ogo and of course the Buchi of Upas Nation, yes. But I will be on this because only just a couple of weeks ago or so we were able to do the women's basketball final 8, and the winners of that were supposed to be going to represent Nigeria in the FIBA Zone 3 and games. Same thing for the boys. If they win, they get to go to the FIBA games, you know, for the African continent. But now we are beginning to see that there's no money. There's no funds. And if there's no money and there's no funds, why are you breaking your head when they'll still put a lot of billing on you? Because word on the street now is that the two people that are supposed to even represent us for the women's side, I'm talking about MFM and Air Force Air Warriors girls. MFM, they can't meet up. Can you be paying a player $60 to $100 per day for a tournament that's going to be like 13 days, and then you're going to add transportation? They're not going to fly commercial. Okay, even if they fly commercial, how much are you going to follow up on that with no support at all? So my own is I'm enjoying the games right now in Surulere, but I fear that it might just be for naught because you win it and then how do you raise money to come and support yourself on the continent? And also this one, the FIBA, the Tigers, the walkover win against the DR Congo. Yes, it still goes down to funding because when I went through the storylines of the Congolese, I found out that they didn't even have money. So if we're having competitions, which we all clamor for, and if we're going to be having competitions that are going to be having the title FIBA, Olympics, qualifiers, it seems mute that, you know, these guys don't get a little bit of funding. I know that FIBA comes out to tell us that they've dropped money, but if these players and the clubs and the teams that are coming out for this thing keep saying that, oh, but they've not given us our ooh, that means they've not dropped the money. If you even drop 50%, I am sure that the Nigerians and the Africans that we know will use that small money. They will trek halfway, use a bus maybe, but they will show up. So it's a funding thing. We hope that by Saturday, when they get to play the host in Maputo, I'm talking about the Mozambicans. Mozambique, yeah. Is it Mozambikians or Mozambique? Mozambique. But when they play Mozambique, hopefully we'll see some exciting kind of football, or basketball rather, because those sides, the Lusophone sides, they're stepping up individually, integrally, and indigenously when it comes to women's basketball and otherwise. So I just want them to play. You can't travel all the way to Africa and then you don't play. All right, I'm wishing the Tigers all the best in that one and hoping that they get the Olympic ticket in that qualifier right there. I'm talking about the walkover. It was 20-0 points in that qualifier. Well, let's go on a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the Nigeria Professional Football League. We'll be joined by our guest, Tonte Davis.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like Alibaba now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
That money will shoot every person that we know can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
Is that time why I carry gonorrhea? I first go hospital first, but it didn't no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police. We have to tackle it holistically.
Hear the stories making the headlines.
The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street, where
The fire destroyed our transformer complete as well.
The lowest level you can.
this is Plus TV Africa. The big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back to the show. It's still Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa, and I've got Atonte Davis right here on the show today. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It was crazy getting to this place, yeah?
Yeah, it was. Traffic.
Lagos traffic.
Lagos traffic.
Well, we've been talking about the sports stories that we have for you today. We talked about the basketball league going down, talking about the President's Cup. We also looked at the FIBA, the Olympic qualifier concerning the Tigers, where they had a walkover win. And we're looking forward to the game between the under-23 Eagles and South Africa. We need to win that game to qualify from that stage to the next, hoping to get an Olympic ticket. Now, let's go over to the MLS. It has to do with Thierry Henry, the former Arsenal player and the former France player who has won the World Cup. And of course, he was the former manager right there at Monaco. He has been announced as a coach right there in the Montreal Impact. And this comes after he was sacked in January as Monaco manager. I'll start off with Tonte. What is your thought on this one, Thierry Henry, going back to being a manager? Is he ready to go back to that position where he was fired some time ago?
Yeah, well, for Henry to take up the position, it's quite glaring that he's ready for that. And I think Henry is not, despite being sacked at Monaco, he's not looking to sit back and wallow in in being jobless.
Yeah.
So he feels that for him to build the career to continue that along the trajectory of coaching, he definitely has to take up something along that lines. And I think going to the MLS is actually a good step. That's more like following the steps of Patrick Vieira, who went to New York City FC and he did his bit there before moving to Europe. So overall, I believe we should expect to see a lot of continued learnings for Henry. He's going to weather the storm, get a grip of his coaching career, and see what comes out afterwards.
Because he used to be the assistant manager to the Belgium's national team. That was in 2016, and that was before he took up the Monaco job. Don't you think that he should still learn the ropes? Because for me, when he went to Monaco, I didn't see tactical play from him. I didn't see the strategy formation that he brought. There was nothing different that he brought to the Monaco team. Rather, I saw a step back from the performance of the Monaco team. Don't you think he should still remain probably as an assistant manager, learn the ropes, and when we feel or when he believes that he's fully ready, he can take up the coaching job?
Someone says, I think it's a top individual in Nigeria put up on Twitter some days ago that say that if you sit back in fear and say you're not going to do anything, then you end up not doing anything. So yes, he already signed up with Sky Sports as a pundit, and he said did a lot of analysis. People will say, okay, and for him, he'll say, if I can talk the talk, then I must also walk the walk.
True.
Now, so sitting back and still learning, how do you learn? You learn on the job. There is no particular moment when you know it or when you say that you are here until you start from a point and build from that point. Then you can say, okay, I am actually learning. Otherwise, he will probably not be. Nobody would take a bet on him and engage his service.
All right. So has something.
Oh yeah, I would say yeah. On some level, I feel like he should take time and be under someone. But unfortunately, if he plays or if he's learning the coaching ropes under, say, the Belgium coach, unfortunately, not enough games on the national side for him to bust his chops on. But then again, going to the MLS, I feel like he's rightly suited to the Montreal Impact. Why? He played there. He played in the New York Bulls, for like 5 years. Experience is key. Most people don't understand the difference between the MLS and the EPL and other European leagues. I mean, the timing alone, and they have these things about, salary caps for players. They have these major meetings they have on Mondays that they call, is it Money Time Monday or something like that. You have to really follow up on this. And yes, I know that he had a funky time in Monaco, but don't forget that at the time, he had to field a first team that almost everybody in the team was injured. So he had to be bringing under 14, under 13. In fact, he could have brought people's mothers with the babies in the womb at the time. So it's true now. So for Henry, I feel like it's a good cop-out. Even if he won't be able to get the supervisory coach that he can learn from, at least he will be in a spot where he knows the system, he knows the pattern. Remy Gard, the former coach, was not a bad coach, but he started very good after the first quarter because they break gas into quarter. Problem, injury, too many overload of the system. And it starts in January when they have the CONCACAF Champions League. So it's a good one. I wish him the best.
Wishing Thierry Henry the best in that one and hope that he performs well. And someday we get to see him coach a big side like the Manchester United of this world. I'm sure the United fans will not be happy to hear that kind of stuff this morning. Still talking about England now, former England players, and of course what's going on in Europe. Let's go over to what happened yesterday between England and Montenegro. That game ended 7-0 in favor of England. We all believed and predicted that England was going to win that one. Harry Kane got a hat-trick, but there was a downside to that game. Joe Gomez, who had an encounter with Raheem Sterling when Manchester City took on Liverpool over the weekend. They lost that game 3-1 to Liverpool. Raheem Sterling says that the England fans were wrong to boo Joe Gomez because Raheem Sterling was taken off the team because of an altercation that happened on Monday during training. Now, my question is, why would they take off Raheem Sterling and allow Joe Gomez to remain a part of the team? Now, Joe Gomez gets onto the football pitch. Why would the same English fan, this is what Xhaka complained about, he's an Arsenal player, I'm playing for you guys, why would you say some bad things about me and my family? This is a guy that's playing for England, why would you boo Joe Gomez, who is supposed to be on national team duty?
If you compare their stats now, aside from the fact that they play in different departments, you've actually had Raheem Sterling has been on fire since the past 2 seasons thereabout, and even for England, you'll be seeing him very effective on the field. So definitely, as an English fan, you want to see that same player who is even giving that desired result, the expected result for you in terms of goals. So putting on the field Joe Gomez, who for them, how many caps has he actually earned for the English team?
There's favoritism that you're saying.
Sentiments. That's English is that's it's more like playing the devil's advocate. This is the English fans' point of view. They feel that Raheem Sterling has offered more on the plate than Joe Gomez, and also from the bus stop, clearly the fans don't really understand what led to the bus stop between Raheem Sterling and Joe Gomez. But for them, to a large extent, they probably wouldn't care because they see Raheem Sterling right now, they see him as a hero, a cult hero who is actually gradually getting, as in is following, is increasing by the day. So from that point of view, you wouldn't want to blame the English fans. But is it wrong, really? It's questionable because, for Pete's sake, both of them are actually English players. So why? And if you want them in terms of color, they're both color players. So why would you boo these guys from that point of view? I think it's actually down to the fact that Raheem Sterling offers more than Joe Gomez.
I feel like Gareth Southgate is to blame because I know when it comes to disciplinary actions, when it comes to what we know on the outside and what you, the team players, know on the inside, perception is key. They will always tell you optics. If you're dropping Raheem Sterling, from all reports we've seen, we don't really know the reason why, but he was the first person to be aggressive from what we hear. At the very least, even if the other man is not at fault, for the sake of optics, you'll be like, Joe Gomez, the two of you, for being in this incident, you sit out Montenegro. Bam. After all, you really don't need Montenegro. And in the end, you are going to carry the two of them, these two color players, to play against Kosovo. Exactly. And Kosovo has a bigger issue when it comes to racism. So instead, you should have left it to be double punishment for each person. Definitely. And optics is nice. Everybody learned their lesson. Who is getting a fine on the corner will get his fine, and the fans will still be fine. But now you have forced the fans to start choosing between players. And for that, man management glitch is wrong. But then again, he's immature. These are new times. He doesn't know. Not every manager knows how to manage the racism off and on and the altercations between players. Maybe you should go and ask people like Ancelotti and the Galacticos how he managed egos. Maybe
the ego right there in Real Madrid. But then for Raheem Sterling, he has come out to say that it's very, very wrong for the English fans to boo Joe Gomez, that he has accepted the full responsibility of everything that went down, that he should rather be blamed, not Joe Gomez. And I think that's a man speaking right there. And we're looking forward to see Raheem Sterling get back to the English team. Probably he'll get a hat-trick in the next game for England. Now let's wrap up with this other story about Rafael Benitez, who has said that he plans to return to England in the nearest future. And I'm wondering, where will he go? Will he be going to Arsenal if Unai Emery gets fired?
I think the two options right now on the table are Manchester United and Arsenal.
Wow.
What about Tottenham? Nobody's talking Tottenham.
Tottenham is, but I'm not sure if they'll let go of Pochettino.
It's quite doubtful, but definitely his own position hangs in the balance, really, because they've not, compared to the previous seasons, this season they've done woefully. And so if by this night we hear that he's been fired, shouldn't come to us as a surprise. But Rafa Benitez, we've seen him. Yeah, I think the only recent times where we've seen a glitch in his career was Real Madrid. That tainted his CV in a terrible way. But that aside, he's done remarkably well, particularly in recent times with Newcastle United. And when everybody, even the fans, expected that he was still going to be the manager for the season, only for them. Whatever the issues, maybe it was down to payments, the issue of player purchases and all that. He parted with the club. But the option probably is going to be the top. If the bookmakers will put it at maybe Arsenal, he's going to go to Arsenal. Should Unai Emery be kicked out of
At least footballers respect him on one side, young players and veteran players respect him, so that's something. On the other side, too, you also have the fact that he hasn't really won stuff. So if Arsenal is going to be taking him, they have to be reducing their expectation again to be like, let's even the kill, let's be more consistent. Because at least with Benitez, you understand that you have a consistent line of football. So maybe it's just consistency that Arsenal will be gunning for now. Before maybe they start giving him money to build.
Do you want to add something? I think she's right about consistency. That's one. One of the things Arsenal fans have been complaining about is the fact that they don't see there's a lack of consistency in their playing tactics. No drive. The players are not inspired. Which is one thing Rafa Benitez can brings to the table. He knows how to push and inspire the players. We've seen that he did that at Liverpool. He did that at Newcastle United.
Okay, well, for Benitez, let's see where he goes to next. If he will ever get back to England, there are actually clubs available for him. If these coaches are let go of about 3 clubs: Manchester United, Arsenal, and Tottenham Hotspur. We do not know where he'll be heading to. But then that's what we'll call it a wrap on today's show. I'd like to thank Swo and Tonte for making it to the studio.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. We'll give you the best when it comes to TV programming. Remember, the big stories live here. I am Udoka and Joko. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Many thanks for joining us. The news in the hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Thursday assured Saturday's governorship election will take place in Bielsa State as scheduled. The commission said it would obey all legitimate court orders served on it in respect of the poll. The Federal High Court in Yenagoa on Thursday nullified the All Progressive Congress APC primaries that produced David Leon as the party's candidate. The judgment was on a case filed by one of the APC governorship aspirants, Senator Henneke Lopobiri. INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of its Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, confirmed that the Commission had deployed all it needed for the elections, adding that the polls would go on as planned. He said the election will go ahead with its plans for the election using the materials already prepared before the judgment was given. President Muhammadu Buhari has called for fairness and transparency ahead of Saturday's governorship polls in Kogi and Bielsa State. This is according to a State House statement. In Kogi, a repeat election will also be held in Kogi West Senatorial District. On Saturday, November 16, voters in two states, Bielsa and Kogi, will be left alone to decide who takes charge of the administration of their important states for the next 4 years. President Buhari made a strong demand for exemplary conduct of non-partisanship on the part of election and law enforcement officials in the two states. The statement signed by presidential media aide Garba Shehu states all must carry out their functions with fairness and transparency. Buhari, however, called on voters in Bielsa and Kogi states to exercise their franchise in a peaceful and orderly manner and in line with the law in all situations. Still on the election, former President Goodluck Jonathan describes the signals from Bielsa and Kogi states as worrisome, hence re-emphasized that only electronic voting process could stop thuggery, violence during elections in Nigeria. Jonathan expressed sadness that people were already being killed when election had not begun, adding that the only way out was electronic voting. He spoke in Port Harcourt on Thursday during the presentation of a book authored by former Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Sir Gabriel Toby, titled In the Course of Service, Memoir of Gabriel George Toby. The former president stressed that the people would be able to elect those they believed in, should the country begin to vote electronically. He expressed optimism that electronic voting would work in Nigeria, owing to the fact that several Nigerians transferred billions of dollars from one bank to the other through electronic means. Jonathan further noted that political officers in the country did not change their holders. Rather, the people with low integrity will be voted into office. He added that when the country developed to a point where voter card mattered, politicians would mend their ways. Chairman of the All Progressive Congress Campaign Council for the Kogi State governorship election, Nasir El-Rufai, on Thursday appealed to the people of Kogi State to forgive Governor Yahaya Bello. Rufai said Bello is bound to make mistakes as a young man, but had learned from his mistakes and deserved forgiveness from the Kogi electorate. The Kaduna State governor was speaking at the grand finale of the APC campaign rally ahead of Saturday's governorship election and Kogi West senatorial rerun. El-Rufai reiterated that Yahaya Bello loves Kogi and has given the young ones better opportunity. He warned against repeating the mistakes of the past, not to allow the memory of a great leader, the late Prince Abubakar Audu, to be in vain. Now, Pro-Transparency Group Accountability Lab has tasked public servants to display the highest form of integrity and transparency necessary to curb corruption. This was at the Meet the Icons event in Abuja, which commended public servants with a proven track record of honesty and integrity. The event, which was in collaboration with the Embassy of Sweden in Nigeria, aimed at demonstrating the importance of honesty and personal responsibility. It also hopes to inspire a new generation of public servants who are more effective and corruption-free in an effort to amplify the voices of honest government officials.
We need people to stand up to take action. We just need people to stand up to do the right thing. A person of integrity working for government, we have heard Bukola, who is one of them, and she said it's not easy. Not easy being like, we know the society we're in. For you to stand out with integrity, it takes a lot. You need to be brave.
We are glad to say that we are the first government agency to have an electronic FOI portal on our website. Apart from having that on our website, we are encouraging all government agencies to have that on their websites. Furthermore, we have developed a program that is called Scorecard for Ranking of Government Websites. This is working in line with the Executive Order 001 and the OGP commitments that is directing government agencies to open up their services to provide information on everything around them on their website. That program started last year. We did the first scoring. We are currently scoring government agencies for 2019. And we're saying in that criteria, all government agencies must have electronic FOI portal. All government agencies must have a working email address that you can send text emails and somebody will respond to. All government agencies must have working telephone numbers that the citizens can engage, ask questions.
In terms of anti-corruption, we believe, of course, in Sweden we pay a lot of taxes. We have a system, a welfare system that is heavily depending on the ability to raise taxes. That's also a very important point made in the book. I mean, and that to be able to have a well-functioning society, a welfare state, you need taxes and you need the citizen to contribute to that welfare system. But in order for them to do so and to want to do so, obviously the taxpayers' money must be used in a good way, so that you know that when you pay taxes, it goes to services that will come back to you.
The federal government says it will not rescind its decision to regulate social media. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said this on Thursday during a courtesy call on him by the Guild of Corporate Online Publishers in Abuja. Mohammed said the intense debate that has been generated by the announcement of the regulation is a welcome development. He allayed the fear of stifling free speech or muzzling the media. The minister clarified the concern has to do with the abuse of the social media by those who are bent on spreading fake news and hate speech and the dangers inherent in that for national peace and unity. He emphasized no responsible government will sit by and allow fake news and hate speech to dominate its media space because of the capacity of this menace to exploit national fault lines, set citizens against one another and trigger a national conflagration. Away from that, the House of Representatives has okayed compulsory genotype test for intending couples as part of measures to prevent sickle cell disease. The House charged government registries, churches and mosques to demand the test before joining persons as husband and wife. This is part of the resolutions passed by the lawmakers at plenary on Thursday when they unanimously adopted a motion moved by Umar Seki titled Call on the Federal Ministry of Health to develop an efficient system for management of sickle cell disease in Nigeria. Adopting the motion, the House called on the Federal Ministry of Health to introduce free and compulsory newborn screening program, which will include screening for sickle cell disease in all hospitals in Nigeria. The House also called on the ministry to provide free treatment and counseling service to patients with sickle cell disease, while asking it to sensitize religious institutions and the judiciary to include results of genotype test as one of the conditions for marriage. They also urged the Federal Ministry of Education to include sickle cell education in science subject in all primary and secondary schools, while mandating the House Committee on Healthcare Services, Information, National Orientation, Ethics and Values and Basic Education and Services to ensure implementation of the resolutions. Moving the motion, Saki said archaeological and genetic findings have shown that sickle cell disease has been with Africans for the last 12,000 years, yet not much has been done in the continent to manage the scourge. Now, the Federal Capital Territory High Court sitting in Bwari has dismissed a suit filed by photographer Busola Dakolo against the senior pastor of the Commonwealth of Zion Assembly, Pastor Biodun Fatoyibo. The court also ordered her to pay 1 million naira for wasting its time. In a suit filed by Busola, wife of musician Timi Dakolo, in September, she had accused the pastor of rape, adding that the alleged action of the pastor, as well as his denial in a statement, adversely affected her marital sex life. She therefore demanded a personal letter of apology from the cleric to show honest remorse for his misdeeds. Fatoyibo's lawyer, Alex Izion, however, argued that a prayer could not be granted, describing it as a frivolous suit. In his ruling, Justice Uthman Musa held that the matter amounts to injustice and an abuse of judicial process, adding that the case is empty and purely sentimental. Justice Musa said that the case was aimed more at cruelty than obtaining justice. The court also awarded cost of 1 million naira against Busola Dakolo and held that a fine should have been 10 times more because the court's time was wasted. Now, Plus TV Africa spoke with convener of End SARS movement, Shegu Awosonya, via telephone on this issue.
This is not actually the substance of the case. This is just the outcome of the preliminary objection that was raised by the other team, by the Fatoyinbo team. But the only issue here, the only thing here that spells and shows and demonstrates foul play is the fact that this is a case that the files have been missing severally, as reported to us, and as evidenced by what has been posted up there already, on the matter. They've lost the file severally, but when they have to recall or call back for a photocopy of the whole thing, we don't even believe that the court actually looked at the substance of the case. Because the case, based on decided cases, you cannot tell us that something is status bad when the situation is unchanged. The law is there. This is not just something subject to whims and caprices or sentiments of any individual. You understand? It is something that has been established by law. That if the wrong continues the way it has been, no matter how long it has been, the people who are bringing up the complaint, the issue has happened, you can always raise the complaint because the situation is unchanged and it's continuous. There are petitions out there that show that this guy has not stopped praying on the congregation. So you cannot say it's because something happened a few years ago. In fact, the interesting part of the case is the fact that they are not denying the fact that it happened. They are talking about the fact that it has happened too long ago before the report came. And that is what we're going to challenge. It is actually a learning process. We are engaging culture here and we are redefining something substantial. When we eventually get what we want, it will be an opportunity for a lot of people to come out of their shell and express the wrong that has been done to them. So we're not expecting things to be easy. We understand that the criminal justice system is corrupt. We understand that the criminal justice system is actually porous, but we will not relent regardless of what the outcome of anything is. We will continue to challenge and we will continue to persevere.
Still on this matter, we had in the studio a legal practitioner who also shed more light on it.
In this case, you have to have a pattern. If there's a pattern, if about 2 or 3 women come out and said, this is what happened to us, and they can put it down in an affidavit and video it and say this and stand by it, then you have a pattern. But now there's no corroboration for her. And I wonder how they think they can get the justice.
But there have been so many other women who've come out. Some even said they have tapes and audios, to back up their allegation. In the hit of when this story broke, we heard all kinds of things. So is that supposed to be what they need to build another case? I mean, if there be any other case to be built.
You see, when you're going up against such a man, you have to do your homework. It's not good enough for you to go on TV and start airing because you're releasing evidence. You have to sit down, calculate, and get a lawyer, itemize things, and build up a case. When you have an ironclad case, you go to the police. Don't sensationalize it on TV because you're losing evidence. And then from there, you take it.
So You're telling me that the first mistake that Busola made was go on TV to talk about this. But if there had been anything else to do other than TV, what could it have been to really prove that she was raped?
You see, I keep telling people, use a lawyer, use a lawyer. If she had consulted a lawyer before she had that interview, I know the lawyer would have restrained her from having that interview, because she's put herself out on the court of people's court, and that's not where she will get justice. Where she wants justice is the court and the police. So if she had articulated everything she had and handed it over to police and followed it up with the necessary pressure and encouraged the police to investigate it, then you know it's the start. Maybe when she has submitted it and the police are refusing to do anything, that's when she would have gone for the interview. You see, we look at people as thing gods. There's nobody a good lawyer cannot get. The most is when the heat is on, they come and say, let us negotiate. Okay, we did this, we're sorry, what will it take? But people keep saying corruption, corruption. You haven't done your homework. Do your homework and then let the spinning go.
The news continues after the short break. Despite a raging maritime boundary disagreement, leaders of Kenya and Somalia on Thursday agreed to normalize relations at a meeting in Nairobi. Kenya's Uhuru Kenyatta and his Somali counterpart, Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo, reaffirmed the invaluable relations between the two neighbors during a joint press conference after a closed-door meeting. The Somali leader was part of world leaders who were in Kenya for the just-ended International Conference on Population and Development. This year was the 25th edition. Kenya's Foreign Affairs Chief Monica Juma wrote on Twitter, the two principals agreed to bring normality to our bilateral relations and do everything to ensure peaceful relations between, including obtaining visas on arrival to encourage free movement of our people. The Somali leader also expressed gratitude to Kenya for its role in AMISOM, the African Union peacekeeping mission fighting insurgent group Al-Shabaab, and its role in sheltering Somali refugees fleeing conflict back home.
We have a lot of things in common, our people to people, government to government, business to business. Of course, we have a trade, okay, that's really mutually benefit for both countries. And people basically take it, our differences rather than our common interest. And that's why I have to assure that the ICJ issue will not affect our bilateral relationship, and to make sure that we both benefit our government-to-government relationship.
Our brothers and sisters from Somalia were able to come to Kenya and get visas on arrival. But now, apparently, visas have now been referred back to the embassy in Mogadishu. So we have said that with immediate effect, we go back to normality, and our brothers and sisters from Somalia will be able to obtain their visas at the airport when they arrive. So no more referral visas. We go back and we want to encourage our people to do business. We want to encourage our people to come and visit their friends and family. That is what is important.
Up next is our foreign news.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do
do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi said on Thursday, President Donald Trump already has admitted to bribery in the Ukraine scandal at the heart of a Democratic-led inquiry, accusing him of an impeachable offense under the U.S. Constitution. The bribe is to grant or withhold military assistance in return for a public statement of a fake investigation into the elections. That's bribery, Pelosi, the top Democrat in Congress, told a news conference the day after the first public hearing in the impeachment inquiry she announced in September. Democrats are looking into whether the Republican president abused his power by withholding $391 million in U.S. security aid to Ukraine as leverage to pressure Kyiv to conduct 2 investigations that would benefit him politically. The money, approved by Congress to help a U.S. ally combat Russia-backed separatists in the eastern part of the country, was later provided to Ukraine. True, the bribe is to grant or withhold military assistance in return for a public statement of a fake investigation into the elections. That's bribery, Pelosi, the top Democrat in Congress, told a news conference today after the first public hearing in the impeachment inquiry she announced in September. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more news. Do stay with us.
And in business, the nation's import of petrol and diesel fell by about 11% and 15% respectively in September. This is according to the latest data released by the National Bureau of Statistics on Thursday. The decline in the imports of the petroleum products can be attributed to the complete closure of the nation's land borders with Benin and Niger in an attempt to check smuggling of contraband into the country. Subsequently, the volume of the petroleum premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, imported into the country dropped to 1.46 billion litres in September, which is down from the 1.64 billion litres in August and 1.99 billion litres in July. The NBS data show that petrol imported stood at 2.24 billion litres in January, 1.56 billion litres in February, 1.07 billion litres in March, 2.07 billion litres in April, 2.01 billion litres in May, and 1.53 billion litres in June. Moving on to the stock market, at the close of trade on Thursday, the stock market ended very progressive as the all-share index closed in the green. All-share index rose by 1.91% to close at 26,843.11. Total deals recorded was 6,426, with an equity capitalization of 13.067 trillion naira. On the list of top gainers was Guinness, which closed at a share price value of 26 naira per share, while Guarantee closed at a share price value of 29 naira 90 kobo per share. Leading the list of top decliners was MTN Nigeria, who dropped to a share price value of 121 naira 90 kobo per share, while Champion dropped to a share price value of 90 kobo per share. And on the list of top trades by value was Zenith Bank, with a volume of 167.922 million shares traded at a value of 3.186 billion naira. And on sectorial indices, NSE Insurance was up by 1.96%, NSE Oil and Gas was up by 0.92%, NSE Banking was up by 7.04%, NSE Consumer Goods was up by 0.98%, and NSE Industrial was up by 1.24%. And according to the Lagos parallel market, the naira traded to a dollar, buying at 358 naira to a dollar and selling at 360 naira to a dollar. The naira bought at 458 naira to a pound and traded at 464 naira to a pound. The naira also bought at 392 naira to a euro and traded at 398 naira. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports. We'll be back in a moment.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Eliza Seraphine, the alleged baby mama of rapper and record producer Future, claimed that the singer is trying to shut her up by using the legal system. Future tried to get a judge to impose a gag order on Eliza, claiming her constant interviews and social media outbursts make him worried that false and baseless allegations will be leaked to the media and the public. Eliza, however, filed court papers last week claiming Future is trying to impose a gag order on their child custody and support case and is only trying to rope her in and be in charge of information that flows out in the child paternity legal case she has against the rapper. The rapper has so far refused to acknowledge Eliza's daughter, Rain, as his own, but make it clear he only has 5 wives, including his ex-fiancée, Ciara, the mother of his 5-year-old son, Future. That's it on entertainment. Bring you sports news after this break. And in sports, former France and Arsenal striker has taken over as coach of Major League Soccer side Montreal Impact. This comes after he was sacked in January as Monaco manager. Henry signed a 2-year deal, which has an option for 2022 with the club. Montreal failed to make the playoffs last season and parted company with coach Wilmer Cabrera when his contract ran out at the end of the campaign. After retiring as a player, he joined Belgium's coaching staff in 2016 before taking over as Monaco boss in October 2018. That's it in sports, and wrap things up at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel that is also at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do please join us again. Thank you for your time.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. My name is Elsie Godwin and I'm here with Ewa Oluwa-Oritu and Ife Oluwa Oshunkeye.
What's good, yo?
I'm fine. Ewa is a problem.
Why is she a problem?
She knows what she's doing.
What are you doing? Do it again.
Okay.
Elsie talk.
No, I'm not saying anything, but it's good to know you guys are good. So, moving on to the story. I mean, we had this conversation on our previous episode, but we didn't have the time to dwell on it. But right now, popular comedian Abovi Uguma, popularly known as Bovi, has reacted to the court ruling of Justice Othman Musa in favor of Commonwealth of Zion pastor Biodun Fatoyibo on Thursday. Bovi compared the rape allegation against Fatoyibo to that of R. Kelly and Bill Cosby. On his Twitter page, he wrote, "Cosby took time, R. Kelly took time. Is it not penis? It will rise again." End of quote. And I also saw a similar reaction from Kate Henshaw. She said something like, "The truth will reveal itself," right? So, I mean, reactions, Boku.
I mean, it's just flowing. It's flowing.
But what do you think about what Bovi said?
It's not even about what Bovi said, because a lot of people find that funny, and I think it's trying to trivialize the injustice that has been done, and but I won't call it injustice at the end of the day, because if we have to follow the legal process, you would know that such a case should have been brought under a criminal
civil or criminal?
No, it shouldn't have been a civil
case.
It should have been a criminal case. Do you understand? But it was civil, and civil is started bad. So I think going forward, they should file a criminal case against Biodun Fatoyibo. And if it started bad, now in all of this, what's it called, ruling, that it hasn't been declared that he is innocent.
Yeah.
Do you understand? The case was just thrown out based on the fact that they didn't have enough evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
Why was the judge so sentimental about finding her 1 million and even saying if he was going to make it 10 times more?
Yeah.
But, I mean, what was the point of all that?
I really don't understand. A lot of people would say that palms have been greased and people have been put in better places than they were by the perpetrator. I don't know if that's for a fact, but those are the gist that people are spreading around. Okay, this is out of the ordinary, considering the fact that this is a thing of somebody in the upper echelon trying to bring a lower person down and trample on their rights, which is something that we see in most societies. But like Bovi rightly said, it will rise again. Everything takes time.
No, you made it sound funny.
Yes,
but I know Bovi is a comedian, but let's not get this twisted.
Yeah,
he was very serious
when
on that tweet. He was
somebody
extremely
trying
serious.
to twist the tweet like, oh, so now you're saying that more women should be more women should suffer for what he's doing to them.
Whether he says it or not, if this man is guilty, more women will suffer for it. And it is in the process of more women suffering for it that finally the truth will come out. So even if you want to twist it, then I don't know.
I believe in second chances. If this is God's way of giving him a second chance to say that, okay, change. Now you've seen what this can actually do to you. This can actually drag you down. You never know that maybe this. No,
I beg. The fact that I'm not God or Angel, Elsie or Gabriel, please let's even leave that out of this conversation. If he has done it, let him pay the price and change from jail. I'm not saying he shouldn't change.
She's a very strong woman, and I salute her courage.
Yeah, because
after reading what she put out there, I'm like, this is very reasonable. And if anybody's having any problem with what she has put out there, that person needs to be checked.
Yeah, because it's victory for her regardless.
Yeah, that's why I said when this issue started, I said like you said, everybody would define what justice is for them. And for her, it's about her speaking out and being able to help other women
to speak out.
And then the fact that she was able to face her past trauma, her past fears, now she will be in a better place because she has faced that enemy that she has always had at the back of her mind. That person that has traumatized her all her life, that has affected her relationship with her husband. She was able to face the person, challenge the person.
My fear now is I'm hoping that Fatoyibo's camp will not see this as a reason to slam her for defamation of character.
I thought about that too, but I think They would want to be careful
Trust
because
me,
they don't.
for me, I don't think they will push too hard.
That's if they know he's guilty.
Yeah, that's if
guilty.
if he's guilty.
Okay.
They won't want to push too hard. They will just let it. But I'm not sure. But I think they are trying to appeal the case.
Yeah.
They
so
definitely. Sega Link said that the case is going to the Court of Appeal, and they'll be appealing it, and then you'll see how it goes from there. But I just don't want them to appeal the case.
And
I want them to
everybody
follow
should
the right.
read what Sega Links put out there because he explained deeply.
Yeah, the status bar thing and all that.
And all of that. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't give you all those terms and all. But if you go to his
20 years, look, a month is a long time to even prove rape. Do you understand? Not to talk of 20 years. Yeah, it's a long time for you. Rape is a very sensitive case, and it's something that it takes a lot of precaution to actually get the facts right. So 20 years is a long time to prove something like that. Which is why
they didn't go to court because of the rape issue. I think they were suing Fatou Igbo for the emotional distress and all of that. It really explained.
No, you need to prove rape for you to prove that the emotional distress is from him. So you cannot take one away from each other. Let's go on a quick break though. But when we come back, we have a guest. We'll be right back.
Hello, beautiful people. I go by the name Black Bassi, and I am an actor and a musician. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's elections. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say!
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
You no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
That money will shoot every person that we know we can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed me for a long period of time.
At that time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed, and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
Welcome back. Our guest on this episode of Tea Time is the music pastor and the First Lady of Revival Assembly Church. She's a Kenyan based in Nigeria and a multiple award-winning gospel artist, not only in her home country, Kenya, but also globally. After receiving honorary award by the head of state, she was appointed Kenya's National and Global Tourism Culture Ambassador by Kenya government. She represented Kenya recently at the Masterpiece in Concert in the Netherlands. Her style of music is richly African, Afrofusion, and patriotic. With 5 albums and singles like Ategesin and Tai, let's make welcome the philanthropist and minister of God, Amy Koski Madubuko.
Thank you.
Welcome
Thank
to the
you
show.
for
How
being
do you
here.
greet in your language?
Jambo.
Jambo.
What does that mean?
Hi.
Hi. Jambo.
Or hello, yeah.
Jambo.
If a jambo.
Jambo, jambo. You stand by me.
Okay, let's start with your homemaker, ambassador, philanthropist, musician. How do you cope with all these things?
And a pastor.
And a pastor.
The pastor, yeah.
And a pastor's wife.
Can you imagine? It's a whole ministry to be a pastor's wife. So it's by the grace of God. That's all I can say. I never could imagine how I would have balanced all this all together, on one plate. But it's something that I believe God has allowed all those things to come my way and given me the ability to be able to function in different dimensions.
So you said you hope that your music would foster relationship between Kenyans and Nigerians.
Yes.
How far is that going? How is that coming up?
Having done vernacular music in Kenya, and it is a gospel music, it's from one of the many tribes of Kenya. And many of my audience don't really understand what I sing, but they love my music, they embrace it, and to my countrymen, to my community, it has become a tool of peace building and building integration among Kenyans. And we have done that successfully for so many years. So having come to Nigeria, Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa. And having been here, I've seen a lot of, different kind of music from what we do in East Africa. And for the past 5-6 years I've been here, I've been privileged to witness Nigerians go to Kenya to sing gospel artists. Before, it used to be almost 2 secular artists that used to come to Nairobi for gigs. But now we have a whole lot of Nigerians going to do concerts in Kenya, which is a very good thing. And I believe that being here, we would be able to foster the same, to have Nigerians come here, Kenyans come here to give the African sound or East African sound to the Nigerians, which I believe music is a very powerful tool in any society to pass message. Africa is one community. We are a global village now. How do we come together apart from our cultural exchange and all that? I believe music is one of the biggest tools, and we have seen so many big collabos with West African artists, South African, Kenyans.
So aside the music, as an ambassador for culture and tourism, what are you doing to help this relationship stronger?
I think one major is now music, because that's my field.
Okay.
The reason for my appointment is I've been a very big brand in terms of Kenya's heritage. I embrace culture in my music,
Clearly.
in terms of in terms of words, in terms of dressings, and my videos on YouTube portray different sceneries of Kenya, the beautiful places in Kenya. Kenya has been known for the wildlife, safari, and all that. Yeah, and tourism. So we want to market the people aspect. The music is people, culture is people. And this is where we come in, and we have seen few tourism projects, events here in Lagos that has brought in different agencies all over Africa to talk about tourism. Probably I have gotten a few invites to Calabar Festival. I have participated in a few events here in Lagos to just, give a taste. And from what I have seen is there's something unique about this end and the other end. And these West Africans are very receptive, especially Nigerian. They are receptive to good music, to something new, something interesting. And I believe that bringing the East African aspects to Nigeria, one of the things that we are bringing in tourism is the safari. People here go for holidays a lot. They travel for holiday. They love luxury and all that. We have holiday destinations in Kenya that we need them to be able to visit and sample them out. We have good schools. Tourism in terms of education, right now, I think we have a school in Kenya that has admitted a lot of Nigerian students that come there and board and fly back and in. So we have school, we have hospitals, good hospitals and all that, that can still, instead of flying all the way to maybe India or to UK or wherever, Kenya too is like 5 hours away or 4-point-something minutes and you're there.
Okay.
So those are some of the things, and majorly is cultural exchange.
All right.
Yes.
So a lot of people...
Go ahead.
So a lot of people don't know you. You're popularly referred to as the village girl. So tell us about your upbringing. That's one, and then we'll go to some... Just tell us about your upbringing first.
Okay. I like saying I'm a village girl because... per se, that's where I was brought up in. That's where I got to appreciate culture and realize that culture is not backwardness. Actually, embracing your culture doesn't mean you're primitive, because that is the westernization has made African child feel being African is primitivity, being third world and all that, so they look down on themselves. So coming up from where I've grown in, my parents have done a lot in bringing me up and ensuring that they teach us that our cultures, our taboos, our values are very powerful, and they mold you to be a better person in life. So some things you may never learn in school. Nobody will ever tell you some things, this is wrong, this is right, but the way you are brought up in, you can tell a well-brought-up child, even from any society, not necessarily because of the school, but their upbringing.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I think sometime in 2018 there was a viral picture of you kneeling before your husband, and that created a lot of controversy. People are saying, oh, that's backwardness. Is that part of the culture? And then what would be your word to the people or to the women out there that think that, oh, we need to neglect our culture and start following the Western world where you don't need to necessarily kneel before your husband and stuff like that. And you also made it clear that, look, that wasn't a photo shoot. It wasn't intentional. It's actually something I do. So is that part of the culture? And what would be your advice to the people that are emulating the Western world compared to our own cultural heritage?
Yeah. You know, the kneeling down, it was spontaneous. Somebody took a picture. And I liked it. So when I was looking, when I post things on my Instagram page, I look for a message that matches the photo. So that particular one brought much uproar because what you said, many people don't think or don't imagine. They believe it's slavery. They believe maybe your husband said, you must kneel down and serve me. But when it's by force, then that is wrong. But in our African culture, there are things that we did. If you go, for example, to Tanzania, to Uganda, they kneel down to serve, even in restaurants. You know, somebody will just kneel and serve you food. Not because you have punished them, not because you're giving a lot of money, but it's honor. Yeah, it's a culture. Here in Nigeria, I think this is one of the home of very serious cultural practices, and one of them is kneeling down. So I tried to you know, highlight that and explain which finally it landed, but it was trending for all kinds of reasons. But we kneel down. We do what we do because of the values, is what we believe in, is not what we are forced to do. And as people, you know, the platform we have now in the community, musically, what I have now, I believe that when you have a lot of people that follow you for one reason or the other, you owe them value. What do you teach them? What do you leave behind? And what I believe is that with my following, I want them to embrace who they are. When I say culture, when I say be proud of your heritage or your roots, it's yourself, because that's your identity. You are Nigerian because all the things that Nigeria represents, you carry it. So one is our cultural, you know, attributes. We have a problem now with young girls bleaching, right? And there are different levels of bleaching. For example, when I came to this end, that's how I learned. So there is the real thing, there is the fake, there is those who are trying. There's so many people have landed into very, very strong chemicals that have affected their lives in trying to be like. Something told somebody that, okay, being a light-skinned person, you'll be much appreciated than being dark. So how about teaching young girls that black is gold? You can be black and be beautiful. This is what the world is looking for now. Black is Kenyan music, is African music. See, Western world, secular and gospel, they are now singing African songs. See collaborations with the Nigerian artists from the West. If you go to American churches now, you won't miss one or two songs from Nigeria or Swahili songs. So this is what we want to build and preach, the African culture.
Okay, let's talk about your role as a pastor's wife. So, I mean, that role automatically puts you in a position to mentor young women. And we're in the age of people advocating for gender equality. But when you look at the Bible, in the true sense of it, they'll tell you it was set in the patriarchal society. So how do you balance your teaching to be able to embrace gender equality and also hold up the values in the Bible?
I don't believe that as much as the Bible, when it says he, it refers to he or she. That's the generalization, that the persona in the Bible, when they say he will be, it refers to a man or a woman. So there's no gender. But I believe that being a Christian, the Bible has always been fair, balanced. It depends on which dimension you're looking at or perspective. But Bible is the most rich and neutral ground for all of us. It has values that it can pass to women, men, and children, likewise to the young people. So what I have been privileged, you know, coming to Nigeria, I never thought first I would be a pastor's wife. It never crossed my mind. And it's a huge responsibility, having people like the ministry I'm in. We pastor people that are way older than me, for example, majority. But the fact that my husband has allowed me to be myself, I would be example, being in Nigeria, you know, being apostle's wife, I would be tying my gele every Sunday. Maybe I would wear a hat and all that. I've kept this low cut for many years. This is my brand. And he has allowed me to keep my brand, Amy Kosgei, you know, in terms of music, and then keep my hair short. So I'll tie gele when I want. And then when I'm not able to, I'm not privileged to be able to do wig. I've never done it. And if I do it, I would look funny. So
why do you think so? You haven't tried it, so you know.
No, you know, you should know what suits you. With I know myself. So that won't work for me. It's like telling somebody to put on short hair. They will do it for a short time and they give up. But it's a huge responsibility because many women and young girls look up to you. And what you give them, I believe in practicality. What the Bible says and what you feel that is workable. For example, we've had so many women suffering in terms of marriages, relationships. You know, some marriages are torture. Some relationships are torture. As much as the Bible says divorce is not good, but to what extent? How do we protect women from being enslaved and say, okay, I can't do this because I'm a Christian. Let me just hang in there because I'm a woman, because the Bible says I should not know. It's liberal. It reaches a point where we say, okay, when it has crossed this line, you can't take another straw of it. You leave for your sake and for the sake of other people. So it is good to be practical as much as we are spiritual. So we pray, but there are things we must reason, use our heads. So one, protecting women from gender-based violence. And one of the things that I'm driving right now is mental health.
Okay.
Yes, and majorly among women, because we've had the highest number of depression or women, you know, committing suicide or, you know, depressed because of one reason or the other. And when you're depressed, you know, you can't even be productive.
Is that statistically speaking? Because
yes, right now.
Women are prone to more depression than men. Women
Yes.
are prone to suicidal attempts than men.
I believe so. From what is happening now in the society. One is the same thing that she had highlighted before, like being an African woman. Before you get the independence or the confidence to be yourself or to stand for yourself, there is the society aspect, there is the community aspect. What is the expect? Our cultural practices, there is the positive side and the negative part of it. What are we fighting from the negative part of it? Women were never, you know, taken seriously. Like women were the lesser being in quotes in our cultures. So we are now coming up and say women can. They can do it. They can lead. They can speak.
Okay, we're almost out of time. I just want to talk about your music.
Yeah.
What are you doing now? What is that thing you want to put out there for people to watch out for?
Yeah, you know, I'm an Igbo woman, so...
Go Igbo girls. Igbo girls in the house, raise your hand.
Yes.
Raise your hand. Ah, she has denied she's Igbo.
She denied, oh my God.
She's Igbo by marriage.
Igbo, you're Igbo.
Our time is almost up.
But you know our
Your
culture,
music.
once you go there, you're part, you know, we women, you're married
Yes,
somewhere,
of course.
you give up everything, including your own dialect. So I love the Igbo songs and all that, the language, Kedu, Kachifo, Kakim.
Now you say
You see, so I incorporate one or two few words in my songs. So the first song that is the title of an upcoming album is titled Thai. Thai has some people...
Yeah, I'm listening to that one.
Yeah,
we need to wrap up, but let me end the show and then you sing us out. I wish we had more time for your music, but yeah.
I have two collabs coming up.
Okay.
With Mercy Chinua. We are releasing a song in early next year. We have already recorded. We also recorded a song with Snatch. When I came here, Snatch really well. She's my friend.
Looking forward to that.
All right. Thank you so much. This is where we draw the curtain on the show. We've been chatting with Emi Koski Madu Buko. I hope I got that right. And of course, thank you goes to my co-anchor, Sewa Oluwaritu and Ife Oluwa. My name is Elsie Godwin saying thank you for watching. And of course, she's singing us out. This is the time where you sing.
Okay. Taunet Nilil, Kawat Nilil, Ogero, Ay Chilela, Ame Cusco, Ame Guerreros, Ogero, Ay Chile.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
right, country people greeting on top this very clock. When they join us for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. This is not the true when I want to give my name, I promise, Nero. Let's say Federal High Capital Territory High Court when they sit down for Buhari. Don't throw away one matter when they say Obonge photographer Busola Dakolo against the senior pastor of the Commonwealth of Zion Assembly, Pastor Biodun Fatoyinbo. The court don't order make she pay 1 million naira sake of say he waste their time. For one suit when say Busola, wife of musician Timi Dakolo 5 for September, she somehow accused give the pastor for rape and say what did the pastor do, and the one when we say it takes a hand not dead hands affect a marital sex life. She can say she want a personal letter of apology from the pastor to tell her say may she no verse for what he do. Fatoyinbo lawyer Alex Ezeon, he can say they no feel reason the matter and say the matter no get heard at all. For a ruling, Justice Oddman Musa said the matter enter injustice and abuse of judicial process say the case is empty. Justice Musa said the matter no fit prove anything and the court still award 1 million naira against Busola Dakolo and said the fine for be like 10 times more because they waste the court time. All right, for here we get our chairman for here, Moses. When we say they will talk, we say we'll throw away some question give as the hot on top this Busola matter. Oga, welcome to this very show for Plus TV Africa.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know say you are people when say you deal with us here, and we thank you for coming. For this matter, when we say they grant, so this Busola and Fatoyinbo, when we say Bonge pastor for Obodo Niger, so I want to really talk well because it could be like say the matter they one kind. The first question they say on top of the one say they tell rule in favor of the pastor when they say now he do the rape for the woman, so they call rule say okay, now the woman now they at fault. How you say?
Well, the thing where the court talks, because all these things they get time. No be like criminal case where you go say any time they can try them. So it gets time period where you say if you don't pass so time, they don't go if you bring up the matter. They call them status bar. So I think that is the court no say whether the pastor do am or you do am. You only say the woman will can't complain. Say in abuse of court process because of the time frame of her complaint. But nevertheless, I think I think say that fine of 1 million naira is unnecessary. Because it go make people who are supposed to come out can't speak. Say things like this happen, they go to fear to come talk. Nevertheless, nobody know whether the pastor do am or do am. And also I think it's very unfair on the side of the
now the first question they say, because I know say they won't expand for everything. You feel say the people they expect different results.
Which people they expect?
As in the people when they say, as the people when say that they support, as in me and you, they expect different result from the one when they say yes. So
no, I no expect now. If you don't understand if you don't know how this thing they work, now you go expect different results. When you talk about the law is not about the law. No, they deal with emotions. The law they deal with evidence and procedure. You understand me? Although the legal system for Nigeria they funny because they don't hijack them. But nevertheless, in a same client, in a country where we say everything they work well. Waiting happen so no surprise me because now so it's supposed to be. Number one, the time of the complaint don't too late. Number two, you need evidence to convince the judge say you were raped. Because when they say you raped, when you say you torchlight somebody's website, you go need number one, you go first of all go police station, you go carry go hospital, they go take DNA sample, they go test you whether the man's sperm there inside your body. So all those technicalities no fit happen now. So anybody really understand how the process they work, no good day surprise.
Okay, correct. The other one, they say the court order Busola to pay 1 million naira fine. Say waste the court time. Say the matter say they grant, so as you don't waste the court time, they're supposed to give you like 10 times. That is 10 million naira. But people say one kind matter, they can't reason and call 1 million. How you see the matter?
Well, that one may I get small problem put, because this one will go discourage so many women who won't come outside, can't complain. Say somebody touchlight their website, without permission. So what the court should have done to encourage women to still speak up, not to say, okay, just apologize publicly to him, you know. But I think this 1 million fine, it go discourage so many women where they don't touch like their website. Okay. No one can say, this man touch like my website when I don't give him that number, you know, all those kind of things.
So I don't say you know law well. You should say that what the law supposed to talk. Say me they give 1 million. You should say they even supposed to say me they bring money for it, or
no,
they're
supposed to talk. If they, you know, say when you file your case, there are some certain prayers where you go put say this person don't tarnish your image. You need so amount of money for character assassination and the rest. So now the court in his own wisdom, the judge in his own wisdom will say. He go either give you, for instance, if he say make you pay me 10 million for insulting me when I don't do anything, but the court will come look and I say maybe if I put 10 million now, it no go good for this man. The court will say okay, pay 10 naira. You know, so there must be something. You know, there must be a kind of fine.
Okay, but money must involve.
Money must involve, or it must not involve. It can change them to apologies. Okay. Apologize. So it depends on the discretion of the judge. Nowhere where they say you must pay so amount.
Now wait till one of
that's why I say for just end up for apologies, so that other women can come out tomorrow can say Honorable Moses touchlight my website when I know say make it touchlight time.
All right, they say some people go argue say 20 years now a long time. And as it be like this, as the matter court they go, say he had to prove the terms of the evidence because as you talk before saying a long time. How you go talk about this matter? You should say too long. I've been at the time when be say the woman feel like say go come outside, now he's supposed to really come outside.
The thing be say the law, now the law. Okay. You get your process. No, if you are coming to this one now, in the court of public opinion, no be law with the talk now. In the court of public opinion, they say it's too long. You understand me? Say, you know what, it's never too late. In the court of public opinion, they say it's never too late. But in the court of law, it is too late. So now two different things.
Okay. Okay, moving forward, how you feel say they fit treat rape matter for this our country when we say don't date the way we base on?
You know, funny enough, when I come studio this morning, I was discussing with some people. I was so shocked that a lady was telling me that say if a woman follow man go hotel and of course now me tell her say if a woman can follow you to the hotel and I don't agree so I won't go check in website. If you follow you reach hotel and say I no do again. From that moment, anything where you force her to do and rape. This lady was arguing with me that waiting make the woman follow and go reach a hotel in the first place. So number one is a cultural issue. You know, because of some people are from a polygamous home, so and the cultural issue and the system of Nigeria, you can say once you deal with woman, you need to make woman follow you go in an enclosed place. You must to touch lighting website. Even your wife can accuse you say you touch lighting website by force. That's what you pay money for. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we change the mindset of our people. And we must tell people say no shame. If somebody touchlight your website by force, you understand me? Go to the relevant authorities, make your case, go to the hospital, make them check, make sure say in DNA inside your body. Then from there you can have a case. But if you don't go let all these things go past, you can't go bath, can't go wash yourself, can't come outside say in touchlight my website. You don't get matter again now.
All right.
You don't chop clean mouth, you can't.
All right. Thank you very much, Moses, for your contribute when say you give us on top of the clock. All right, as it be like this, they say the All Progressive Congress, APC for Bayelsa, they say they're still there for the race for the November 16 governorship election. The party talk on Thursday say even with the Federal High Court judgment when they say stop the party governorship primary of September 4th, 2019, they say the party go still join body for the election. And they say one Federal High Court when say Justice Jane Iyang stand as Oga on Thursday, he put full stop for the nomination of David Leon as the candidate of the APC for one matter when say Senator Heineken Lokobiri when say be one of the aspirants fight when say Pupalava for the ticket of APC. Iyang said the primary election when say the APC do not follow the party rules and constitution, and he can't put a full stop for the eyes of the law and say make INEC not look any of the aspirants when say they join body for the waka. Jonathan Amos, chairman of the Bayelsa chapter of APC, when we say Shukmat, put say the party the ginger to overcome the setback before start of the poll. And he said the party don't start the legal process of appeal, and they did the process to get their stay of execution till when we say the appeal court could do something. They say the Deputy Inspector General of the Police, Abdul Majid Ali, he don't someone give those people when they say that they plan to thief ballot box then for Saturday election inside Kogi and Bayelsa states. Say maybe they use their brain to rethink as the police not go look their face. As they yarn for one press conference on Thursday ahead of the Saturday elections for Kogi and Bayelsa State, the DIG say they oversee the Kogi election, say they don't carry enough personnel to police the state and they still deal with any yeye waka when say that they do for the election. Isaba one say if anybody try to thief ballot box on Saturday, they say the person go pay for them. And he said the force don't undertake one security threat of torchlighting for both Kogi and Bayelsa states. And they don't see possible risk, geolocated trouble spots, and they don't see people when they say they join body when they say they go fit do wahala for the process. They say a state has taken and they say Oga President Muhammadu Buhari don't call for fairness and transparency for Saturday governorship poll for Kogi and Bayelsa states. And they say they go do one repeat election for Kogi West Senatorial District. On Saturday, November 16, voters for two states, Bayelsa and Kogi, go talk who go take charge of the administrator of the Ogbonge state for the next 4 years. Oga President Buhari to wait strongly enough for how they go take a put law enforcement officials for two states. And the statement when we said the presidential media aide Gabashe Hussain say the states must do their function with fairness and transparency. Buhari call on voters for Bayelsa and Kogi state may they do peaceful waka with the way the law take put on. All right, for now, we'll enter one small shikini break. When we show back, we'll summon another story there. We'll not go anywhere. Let's say Pro-Transparency Group Accountability Lab don't tell public servants may they show the highest form of integrity and transparency to stop Woro. This will happen for the meet the Icons Group for Abuja when said that they throw away hailings give public servants with proof of track record of honesty and integrity. The group when say that they collaborate with the Embassy of Sweden inside Nigeria to make people know the importance of honesty and personal responsibility. And they don't still hope say they're going to inspire one new generation of public servants when say they get ginger and not they do Woro.
We need people to stand up to take action. We just need people to stand up to do the right thing. A person of integrity living, working for government, we have heard Bukola, who is one of them, and she said it's not easy. Not easy being like, we know the society we're in. For you to stand out with integrity, it takes a lot. You need to be brave.
We are glad to say that we are the first government agency to have an electronic FOI portal on our website. Apart from having that on our website, we are encouraging all government agencies to have that on their websites. Furthermore, we have developed a program that is called Scorecard for Ranking of Government Websites. This is working in line with the Executive Order 001 and the OGP commitments that is directing government agencies to open up their services to provide information on everything around them on their website. That program started last year. We did the first scoring. We are currently scoring government agencies for 2019. And we're saying in that criteria, all government agencies must have electronic FOI portal. All government agencies must have a working email address that you can send text emails and somebody will respond to. All government agencies must have working telephone numbers that the citizens can engage, ask questions.
In terms of anti-corruption, we believe, of course, in Sweden we pay a lot of taxes. We have a system, a welfare system that is heavily depending on the ability to raise taxes. That's also a very important point made in the book. I mean, and that to be able to have a well-functioning society, a welfare state, you need taxes and you need the citizen to contribute to that welfare system. But in order for them to do so and to want to do so, obviously the taxpayers' money must be used in a good way, so that you know that when you pay taxes, it goes to services that will come back to you.
Let's say even with plenty maritime boundary disagreements, Oga of Kenya and Somalia on Thursday, don't agree say they're going to normalize relations for one meeting inside Nairobi. Kenyan Uhuru Kenyatta and his Somali counterpart Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo confirmed the relation between the two neighbors for one joint press conference after one closed-door meeting. The Somali Oga and a part of the world Oga when we say that they Kenya for the International Conference on Population and Development when we say just finished. This year, at the 25th edition, Kenya Foreign Affairs Shifu Monica Juma, a write for Twitter, said the two Ogbonga people agreed to bring normality to our bilateral relation and do everything to bring peaceful relation when we say join the one when we say they want to get visas on arrival to encourage free movement of our people. All right, the next one, now foreign news.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And for foreign, they say officials say government don't kill 2 students and 3 others injured for one open fire for the secondary school inside California. The shooting happened for the Sagos High School inside Santa Clarita, north of Los Angeles, minutes before the school started that day. They don't carry one 16-year-old male suspect when we say injured go custody. Many U.S. schools don't put active shooter drills for recent years after the Ogbonge Gbege around the country.
One of the 14-year-old victims at the hospital has also passed away just moments ago. So our fatalities now were 2. So with heavy heart, we're going to move forward with the investigation, figure out what went wrong. And I hate to have Saugus be added to the names of Columbine, Parkland, Sandy Hook, but it's a reality that affects us all throughout the nation, something we're going to have to deal with. And as Captain Lewis said, we got to figure out what are we doing wrong and how can we stop this.
All right, the next one, our business news. And for the close of trade on Thursday, the stock market ended very progressive as the all-share index closed for the grain.
At the close of trade on Thursday, the all-share index rose by 1.91% to close at 26,843.11. Total deals recorded was 6,426, with an equity capitalization of 13.067 trillion naira. On the list of top gainers was Guinness, which closed at a share price value of 26 naira per share, while Guarantee closed at a share price value of 29 naira 90 kobo per share. Leading the list of top decliners was MTN Nigeria, who dropped to a share price value of 121 naira 90 kobo per share, while Champion dropped to a share price value of 90 kobo per share. And on the list of top trades by value was Zenith Bank, with a volume of 167.922 million shares traded at a value of 3.186 billion naira. And on sectorial indices, NSE Insurance was up by 1.96%, NSE Oil and Gas was up by 0.92%, NSE Banking was up by 7.04%, NSE Consumer Goods was up by 0.98%, and NSE Industrial was up by 1.24%. And according to the Lagos parallel market, the naira traded to $1, buying at 358 naira to $1 and selling at 360 naira to $1. The naira bought at 458 naira to a pound and traded at 464 naira to a pound. The naira also bought at 392 naira to a euro and traded at 398 naira to a euro.
Still ahead on Top Plus TV Africa News, our roundup for entertainment and sports with the show back.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And on to entertainment, Eliza Seraphine, the baby mama of rapper and record producer Future, he claims that the singer they tried to shut her up and top say they use legal system. The Future he tried to get one judge to impose one gag order on top Eliza head, as he claims say on top the interview when we say they do for social media, he make and they worry in a lie and they allegate in a lie and say go leak to media and the public as they hot. Eliza come file court papers last week when they claim say Future they try to put one order for inside the Peking custody and support matter, and this one they already try to bring her down on top the matter of the charge of informate when we say come out for the child paternity legal case as he did against the rapper. The rapper don say he no gree on top the wetin Eliza talk for the Eliza daughter matter, and he say for her own he say make it clear say 5 wives including his before fiancée Ciara and more than the 5-old son Future, he say that they on top the matter. All right, that one of entertainment. The next one now for sport. And on to sport, they say before France and Arsenal striker don't take over as Koshile of Ogbonge League soccer side Montreal Impact. This one they show after they pursue him as Monaco manager for January. Henry signed 2-year deal when we say get option for 2022 with the club Montreal when we say they failed to make the playoff last season, and I say come out leave Koshile Wilma Caprera when we say contract finished for the end of the campaign. After he retired as player, he joined Belgium coaching staff for 2016 before he take over as Monaco Oga for October 2018. All right, now what we'll get for now top this very o'clock for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. For better and plenty information, Mona follow us at Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And it will make sense for now subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will stay the summer and plenty other to read them as time they go. My name, I promise, Nero. And I thank our episode. I take join us on well done.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hi guys, this is Toby Bakre. I'm on Plus TV Africa and I'm going to be answering some of your questions. 5 fitness tips for you guys. First of all, drink lots of water. Second of all, don't eat later than 7, 8 p.m. Stay active throughout your whole day. Instead of taking the elevator, sometimes take the stairs. Stay active. Enroll in the gym. Be it yoga, be it weights, be it cardio, just, something extra just to keep your body in shape. And the last one, mind your business. Am I dating anyone? At the time, very single. As in, what's another word for single? I'm like single Pringle. What are my future plans? I plan to do more in acting, more in hosting, do a lot of creative projects, work with a lot of brands, and start my own business. Will I ever do music seriously? I'm just always going to play with it for now. I did a collaboration with Spyro, a song called Japa, and it's a tune. So maybe I'm going to go back and play again sometime. And then it depends on the feedback. If I'm getting feedback like, oh, okay, maybe they're playing my songs in the club and stuff like that, maybe I can say, okay, maybe I'll be a performing artist, get someone to write the song, then just go to the studio and do it. Maybe. Never say never. Who's my favorite Nollywood actress and why? Okay, I think I'm going to give 2 answers, or 3 answers. First of all, the first lady, Genevieve, and that's because she's so good at what she does and she's very professional. And she's a pioneer. She's kind of taking this whole thing to the next level, so yeah. And then for the newer guys, Eferele and Ini, I combined the 2. I just like them. I like their movies too. That's all. My daily routine and what makes Toby Bakre Toby Bakre. You see, I wake up in the morning. First of all, I pray. When you're thankful for the little things, just wake up with a heart of gratitude, like thank God for life, for the little things. And then after that, I play some music, get into the day already, like fast bumping music. So I'm getting into the shower, I'm already moving, plan out my day, do some exercise. And so when I step out of the house, man, I'm already, the vibe is up there. So nothing can bring me down for the day. So going like that, and it's almost gonna be a good day. Like you see, right now I just have like great vibes. In my head, I'm still playing the song I woke up to. It's all good. All right, thank you very much, guys. Signing out.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Our guest on today's episode is Tracy Nwakpa. Tracy is the owner and creative director of Interior Culture by Obiageli. Tracy, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much for having me. Fantastic studio, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've waited so long to have you in the studio. Thank you so much for making out time to join us here.
Thank you. I apologize for all
it's
the,
okay.
So Tracy always wants to change her room space every 5 minutes. What brought about the transitioning from TV to interior design?
It's a long story, but I put this on, your purpose in life, and sometimes to get to our purpose we have to go through a journey, and as we travel through this journey of life you discover your purpose. From childhood I've always had a natural flair for interior design. I used to change my room, like you said, like from when I was a little girl, and I decided at some point, I said I was going to be an architect because my dad's a civil engineer, and I come from a family of builders. My dad's a civil engineer, my uncle's an architect, and I just always had that flair. But I'll tell you a secret. Well, it's not a secret anymore. When I went into college, university in the United States, I had to study architecture. You have to be really good at math, and I am so horrible at math. So I was forced to study interior design as a minor, and I took on broadcast journalism, which is the next best thing, as my major. So obviously, being that I studied broadcast journalism, that has to do with being on TV. So when I came back to Nigeria, I was pursuing a career in broadcast journalism, and when I did my NYC, I was supposed to serve at NTA, so I, got a little bit of experience. I worked at NN24 and various other TV networks. Down the line, everything was just not working out. Like every time I would start something or go for auditions, I never got it. Like people just think, oh, Tracy just appeared, So I started producing my own show, and I guess I wasn't as passionate because it was just tedious, and I wasn't passionate enough to push. And through that, my brother actually, because I used to do my house all the time, I'll help my mom, even as a young adult. And my dad, in my brother's company at the time, they were looking for interior designers to renovate their office space. And this was back in 2013. And he was like, Tracy, I think you should apply. I think you should do it. And I was like, are they going to choose me? I'm not really a certified interior designer. And it was like a big job it was an oil company. And I was like, you know what, let me try. So I did a 3D, went over there, and I got the job out of 3 people bidding. So when I did that, I was like, wow, I really like this. And it was good money. And I enjoyed like just creating a space like from nothing to something. And I was just like, you know what, this is what I want to do. So that was where I transitioned from, being a broadcast journalist or being on TV to being a full-time interior designer.
Yeah, and I liked what you said about the fact that at the end of the day, what drives you is passion in whatever it is you're doing.
Exactly.
Even in your times of weakness, you find strength from your passion. So it's very important to do what it is you really love to do. Now, when it comes to interior design and interior decoration, people tend to confuse both. Help us understand it.
Okay, so in my opinion, and I think this is the general knowledge, interior designers actually design the space, so they design spaces. You have nothing in a space, you put it together, all the, from the ceilings to the floor, so everything that has to do with the interior of a space. So deciding what goes where, managing the space, the color, lines, textures, all of that. That's what an interior designer does. And then even furniture as well, lighting, flooring, window treatment. But then interior decorator, I think, enhances what an interior designer does, so mostly with soft furnishings. So an interior designer or an interior architect can create a space and give you all the visuals, but the interior decorator comes and accessorizes the space with soft furnishings. So it could be with drapes or pillows or accessories, rugs, stuff to just enhance the space. Exactly. But an interior designer also does the job of an interior decorator, but an interior decorator doesn't really do all that an interior designer does.
They won't have to draw 3Ds.
Anyone can do a 3D. It doesn't matter. But just, I think the interior designer's main role is to take care of the entire space. So from start to finish. But interior decorator enhances what the interior designer does. So sometimes if you have an architect who is just an architect, who does like the entire space, like from the floors to the ceiling, has a rug or has a sofa, you know, a lighting, a cabinet, an interior decorator will come in and be like, okay, we're going to put a coffee table with these accessories on it. We're going to put these accessories on the the credenza or a nightstand. So that's so interior decorator pretty much enhances the space.
So basically, how would you describe the interior design market in Nigeria?
It's definitely growing, but it's also getting a little bit saturated, which is a good thing because it then forces everyone to kind of compete, and healthy competition though. When I started, there were not half as many interior designers or half as many people doing, you know, on a more international scale. But it's a growing market. We're not there, you know, we're not there yet where we're standardizing, you know, but we're not quite there, but we're getting there.
Do you see a lot of collaborations being done in that space?
There are collaborations. I mean, with the help of the Interior Design Association of Nigeria, IDEN, and Made by Design, these are some, you know, they are organizations for interior designers to come in and collaborate, share ideas, just being part of an organization so you don't feel left out. You can have a mentor who would, you know, advise you on how to grow or how to grow your business, how to start your business. It's also a support thing. And if I'm so busy right now and I can't take on like a lot of jobs, I can call, you know, a colleague and say, you know, here, can you handle this project? I trust you enough to do this. So it is a nice community for interior designers. So yeah, there are collaborations, you know, people do collaborations. And you know, not everyone can do everything. There's specialization. So like someone can specialize in just doing floors and window treatments. Someone can specialize in just sanitary ware. So in this community, everyone kind of knows where they fit, and I can order accessories from a company. That's a collaboration. I can order, you know, rugs or, you know, what have you, artwork from another company. That's a collaboration. So yeah,
what are the other areas that people can get into aside from floors and
ceilings? It's vast, you know. Some people only do furniture production. So you just send a picture of what you want and then they will produce it for you. Some people do in the design. So my company, we do everything. So we take a turnkey project, we do it from start to finish. And obviously I have to work with vendors. I don't sell sanitary ware, for instance. So I have to work with a vendor who would supply me, you know. So there are loads of things that, you know, you can get into. It could be wall finishing, it could be flooring, rugs, accessories, lighting, window treatments, marble, glass, woodwork, you know, handles. Some people even and now things are easy to find. It was much harder when I started. Now you could see a vendor who only supplies handles, like drawer handles and, you know, hardware. You can now find people who only supply like fabric for drapes, lighting, you know. The industry is definitely getting better. There's now a need for people to actually do these things so we can have access to them. The problem back then was the access. Almost everything had to be imported. So even though people are importing it, they've now bridged the gap between me as an interior designer having to order from outside the country. So those people who are now vendors for these items sort out all of that, and they have it here presently, and then we can order directly from them.
But from your area of specialization, I know that you do everything in your company. Did you start off like that? And if, as a newcomer, would you suggest that I also start off doing everything, or I should just create a niche market for myself?
You see, when I started, it was kind of different. So I kind of had to do everything. I still do everything now. But for someone who is starting out now, you have to go with what you're good at, you know, your strengths. So if you want to do everything, fine. It's kind of difficult to do everything because it's a lot of things to source. But you can do everything, or you can decide that, you know, I want to just focus on kitchens, or I want to focus on just bathrooms. or whatever your strengths are and where your passion, lies. That's what you should follow. But you can decide to create a niche for yourself. I know people who only do fabrics that they've tie-dyed, and that's all they do. And I know people who do full spaces. I think it's not so much finding a niche for yourself, it's more finding your own style. So you're not ending up just copying inspiration pictures online, and you're finding your own style, so people, because I feel like my style,
it should be unique.
Yeah, it should be. I have a signature, so even though creating the same design, and we're theme designers, so we can do anything. We could be Afrocentric, we could be minimalist, we could be contemporary, transitional contemporary. It doesn't matter, but there's still a signature stamp that people will be like, this is icy. This is interior culture. So that is important, finding yourself, as opposed to so that you don't look like, it's just like, your sister is an interior designer, a fashion designer. She has a style. So I see some work clothes that she makes and I've worn certain times, and I would know automatically now, just based on working with her, that this is Cara Nubani. You know what I mean? So it's more so finding your own style, and then that can now transcend to your niche as well.
Okay, I like the fact that this has been explained. Taking a look at the Nigerian interior design space and juxtaposing it with a Cape Town, for example, known as the design capital of the world now. In terms of scale of operation, you can see that massive gap. Don't you think we should be doing a lot more in Nigeria?
Yes, I mean, of course, we should be doing a lot more, but it takes time. I think we're headed in the right direction. Like I said, in 2013, 2014, we didn't have everything that we have now. But look, it's been, 7 years, and we have more now. So give it another, Cape Town wasn't built overnight. And now I think we are now understanding that there's a need. I think people didn't care before how their spaces looked. It was a Nigerian thing where, you build a house, you just put your chair, you put your table, you put your fan, but now people are trying to pay attention. They want the detail. They want the detail. They want a nice space. Even stores now, hair stores or commercial stores, they now understand the importance of an aesthetically pleasing environment. Back then, people didn't care. People just wanted to just do the bare minimum. But with the help of social media and the internet and just being connected to the world through social media, I think people are now realizing that it is important. It's not enough to just sell amazing food. The space has to pull you in, because you're pulled in by the space. So if the space,
take good pictures,
exactly. So you're pulled in by the space. That adds to the experience before you can enjoy the meal, or So I think people are now realizing the importance, and because of that, a gap. There's this opportunity that has been created for people like me to excel in the industry. So with that being said, I think as time goes on, we'll keep growing, and before you know, we'll get to the standard or the level of Cape Town being the design capital.
I think one of the spaces in my head now is tea room, for example.
Okay.
You go in there, you know that, oh my goodness, I can take good pictures while having a very nice meal, right?
Exactly.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break now. We'll take a quick break. You're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us. We're still speaking with Tracy Nwakpa. All right, Tracy, before we went on the break, we were talking about leveraging social media. So how exactly have you been able to leverage on social media to boost your business? And how can people who are in the interior design business also do this?
Okay, I have to say social media is like 70% of my clients come from social media.
Ooh.
You see, interior design is a very visual business. So when you post pictures or images or video of whatever you've done, people can see it. So it's easy for them to buy into it. And I don't play with social media at all. I have kind of mastered the art of using social media. Social media does not use me.
Do you want to share some tips with us?
Insta story. So I definitely always post before and afters. I tell stories about the space. Pictures are just important.
You make people connect with it.
Yes, I ask, if people ask questions, I respond to them. I post them on my personal page. I post them on the other page. I tell a story with whatever it is that I'm posting, so people buy into it. And also, it kind of helps because I have a bigger following on my personal page. So that kind of, when I post stuff about my interior projects, the following from my page kind of like filters into the interior culture page as well.
Space.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I think consistency for sure. You can't just ever stop posting. You always have to post. Like I haven't been that great because I'm so busy, but I have someone who handles my pages in-house, but the actual page, I'm very particular, so I do that myself. So consistency, great lighting, show details of the work, because obviously people edit a lot. So, and now people don't believe that, oh, this looks that good.
This is the actual thing.
Exactly. So I try to show videos as well, so you can see that, listen, I can't edit a video. Yeah, and then through that, I also post like feedbacks from clients, so that people can see that this is a real person that I actually worked with, and this real person was happy with their space. So yeah, those are like the key, I think, pointers that have helped me in terms of growing, my Instagram following and just putting my work out there.
I like the bit when you said you've mastered the art of social media. Social media doesn't use you, you use social media.
A lot of people are used by social media. I use social media to help me in my business and to motivate me and to inspire me. I'm not used by social media in the sense that it doesn't consume me, it doesn't take all of my time, or I don't feed into the negativity of social media. Everything I do is for my business. Even if I'm dressing nice and taking pictures, I know that if you see that I'm looking nice and taking pictures, you'll be inspired to look nice and take pictures, and you also kind of go through my page and find that, oh, this is what she does. She's an interior designer. Oh, okay. Oh, what's her page? And then click the link, and they're like, oh, I know this person. I'm going to refer her to this person, or I'm going to use her for this purpose. So it's all part of using social media.
I absolutely can't agree any less by that. Now, how are you, with all of these things, putting in a lot of detailing when you're creating nice spaces, how are you able to maintain the blend between what the client wants? Some clients will give you specifications of what they want, but how are you able to combine that and ensuring that your creativity still stays alive?
Most of the time, to be frank, I think the clients trust me enough, so they don't bombard me with strict guidelines. Well, they give me guidelines that I follow, so I'm able to, visualize or come up with ideas based on the guidelines that they've given me. There are some give a guideline, because at the end of the day, it would help narrow down, it will help understand what you want, and then I can now create based on your needs, the functionality of the space, and your style. people have different styles, you know, so it's important. So what I do to help with that is I send images of different kind of styles of different rooms, and I say, okay, what rooms do you like in this space? Like based on these pictures I've sent you, what do you connect more with? And then if they connect with an image that I know that is transitional contemporary, then I'll be like, okay, so this is your style. Then I would design based on that, having that in mind.
Okay.
So that's a trick. That's a neat trick to kind of understand a client who doesn't know what they want.
And finally, on financial investment, what level of financial investment is required to start off an interior design business?
You see, the trick...
You need a whole lot?
I don't think so. I didn't start with a whole lot of money. I worked on a contract basis with my artisans in the beginning. So, and I was everything in the beginning. I was my accountant, I was the designer, I was the marketer, I was everything. And then I had a lady who's worked with me since I started. And so in the beginning, you are doing everything, and you're contracting the job. So it's based on the jobs you get that you're able to pay your artisans. So it's not like you just have people that you're on a payroll that you have to pay even though you're not getting any business. So if for instance, if you have a corporate office to do, you give them your bill, you put in your profit and your damages and your miscellaneous, and based on that, you know that you can do the job. So if they pay you 70%, you're paying your artisans a certain percentage, and when you're done, you pay them their balance, and then you get your balance from the clients, and then you balance your books. So I don't think you need a huge startup capital to actually do what I do. I didn't have an office in the beginning. I was working from my house. I had my laptop, and if I needed to do a 3D, I would contract someone, and that payments would be coming from the payments of the job. Obviously, there are times you have to take risks because you can try to get a job and you may not get it, but you needed to have paid a graphic designer. So there are times that is a little bit tricky, but I don't think you need a huge sum of money to invest. Now, if you want to sell products, for instance, if you're a candle, you sell home fragrances, or you sell pillows or sheets, yes, you probably need startup capital so you can purchase the goods that you plan to sell, initially. But to offer a service, you don't really need. You could start with ₦0, in my opinion.
Oh, nice. Yeah. We're out of time, but I think I need to mention this because it talks about artisans. How are you able to manage artisans in Nigeria? Because I think that's a very important conversation to have.
Yes, it is. It's actually the most important. Artisans in Nigeria, we don't have. You see, if you go to places like Togo or in the Western world, a painter is a professional in the sense that they went to school, they passed. They learned a craft like to the T. Here, we don't really have, I don't know if we have, in my experience, I don't know of any school for craft for, for artisans. I don't know of any school where you can learn how to paint, you can learn how to study carpentry. People that are carpenters now or in the furniture business now learns from an apprentice who learns from they learned from their boss, as an apprentice, and it just on and on and on. So they don't really learn the actual skills. Like I can have my screeder come here now with this table here and these chairs. He's going to start screeding. He doesn't cover up the existing furniture. So I had to take my time to teach them and be like, you know what, this is the right way. And then you have to spoon feed them in the beginning. Some of my artisans have worked with me from the very beginning for about 8 years now. So teaching them proportions, teaching them, sketching out every little detail and giving them the exact measurements. Because I have the ability, I think one of my gifts, I have the ability to understand proportion. So I'm able to be like, okay, this should be about 8 inches, this should be about 12 inches, this should be about 20 inches, and then I show it to them. So that I think helps in terms of training them and grounding them, but it's definitely not easy at all. It's not easy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. We're completely out of time, but it was great having you in the studio.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Irene, for having me. Appreciate it.
And that's all on Ladies Talking Business. For more entertaining and enlightening content of this nature, do follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. You can follow me on my Twitter handle at Ubani Irene. Until next time, I remain your host, Irene Ubani. Bye.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Like, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
There's always lots to talk about on The Advocate. We don't like to keep you in suspense.
If we have 35 revolutions a year, it will register in people's minds that 35 times people got up to try to fight.
Don't abandon ship. What is in your hand?
If you think about that copper that was making chairs and tables, that is what his hands has found to do.
Now, a woman like Adadivo that you mentioned, why till today? Why can't we just give her this award?
China did not close their border and allow their presidents to go to America or London for medical treatment.
We're wasting our time on rice, and that's why every time I hear rice, I'm actually very angry.
TikTok, it's time to set things in motion.
No, you better not talk about
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say!
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are some of the stories making the headlines. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Thursday assured Saturday's governorship election will take place in Bayelsa State as scheduled. The commission said it would obey all legitimate court orders served on it in respect of the poll. The Federal High Court in Yenagoa on Thursday nullified the All Progressive Congress APC primaries that produced David Leon as the party's candidate. The judgment was on a case filed by one of the APC governorship aspirants, Senator Heineken Lokwobiri. INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of its Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, confirmed that the Commission had deployed all it needed for the elections, adding that the polls would go on as planned. He said the election would go ahead with its plans for the election using the materials already prepared before the judgment was given. Joining us via telephone is, from Bayelsa State, is the PRO of INEC, Wilfred Ifoga. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Can you please confirm if all materials, especially the sensitive ones, have been deployed to all local governments in the state?
All right. As we speak, we have two categories of materials we use for the election. The non-sensitive material and the sensitive ones. For the non-sensitive materials, they have since been deployed to the local government areas, starting from the 11th to the 13th of November. For this sensitive material, as we speak, they are being distributed directly from the premises of CBN, Yenagoa, to the various registration area centers in all the local government areas. And we have 105 of them, and it's still ongoing.
How do you intend to resolve these issues of late arrival of officials and materials on election day, especially at the Riverside in Bayelsa State, where these challenges are more prevalent?
All right. If I mention something like the registration area centers, and these are points and locations within every local government area at the registration area level, which have been designated to camp election officials, as well as the materials. And these points are not so far from the polling units where all the officials are expected to carry out their duties. So first of all, we have break that chain in the distance created between where materials are taken from at the local government area office to the polling unit. And moreover, since we have most of our polling units within Riverine area, we have made enough boats available that we take both men, the security, and the officials and the materials swiftly to the polling unit. And also there's another backup arrangement just in case for far-flung polling units, somehow to airlift their materials to them so that the time lag will not be so much between when the voting period would start, which is 8 a.m.
All right, let's look at the court resolution that voided the candidacy of the APC candidate. Will this not have an impact on the ballot papers already printed?
Well, I think according to the commission, we are set for the election. And for the judgment, commission is looking at it. They will come out with a statement.
But APC is claiming an Abuja court has granted stay of execution and hence they are bent on participating in the election. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, like I said, I don't have any personal thoughts on that. The commission will in due time speak on that.
You seem prepared for tomorrow?
Yes, we are prepared for tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us ahead of the elections and good luck.
Thank you.
Away from that, the Supreme Court on Friday ruled that President Muhammadu Buhari was imminently qualified to contest the February 23 presidential election. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad, prepared the full judgment of the Apex Court, which is being read by Justice John Okoro. The full judgment, delivered on Friday, was to provide explanations for the Apex Court's summary decision of October 30, which dismissed the appeal by the People's Democratic Party and its presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, challenging the victory of Buhari at the February 23 presidential poll. In a full judgment of the Apex Court delivered on Friday, the court affirmed the decision of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, which held that Buhari possessed the requisite educational qualification to contest the poll. It held that the Nigerian constitution only required a candidate contesting the presidential election to be educated up to secondary education, even when the candidate does not possess the certificate. It added that by virtue of the provisions of the Constitution, a candidate who possesses a primary school certificate and has worked in a public or private service for a period not less than 10 years and can read, write and communicate in the English language to the satisfaction of INEC is qualified to contest. It also held that contrary to the contention of the appellants, Buhari did not submit false information about his educational qualification to the Independent National Electoral Commission. Away from that, the president of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has tasked newly sworn-in Senator Abiodun Olujimi to contribute her quota to nation building and national development. Lawan, while swearing in Olujimi from Ekiti State, a former minority whip of the Senate, urged the senator to use her experience to bring stability to the Red Chamber. Olujimi replaced the former senator spokesperson, Adedayo Adeyeye, whose election was nullified by both the Ekiti State Election Petitions Tribunal and the Court of Appeal in Kaduna State. She was recently issued her certificate of return by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC.
Congratulations to distinguished Senator Biodun Christine Olujimi, the former minority leader in the 8th Senate. And with this, we now have 8 very solid female senators. We pray that this addition will bring additional productivity and stability to the Senate. With this, I will call for unity, and of course, we should remain focused and do only those things that will make our country great. Thank you.
The House of Representatives has called on the federal government to expedite action on the planned resuscitation of the nation's coal industry. This followed a motion moved by Nolim Naji from Enugu State, who urged the federal government to use the sector to create jobs for thousands of Nigerian youths. Lawmakers, while debating on the motion, also urged the federal government to investigate licenses given to investors in the coal sector, but up till date has not yielded any activity.
Mr. Speaker, revitalization of the resuscitation of coal industry will help assist Nigeria in power generation, in job creation, and revenue generation. Mr. Speaker, if you can achieve these objectives, I believe that we have done a lot in improving the economy of Nigeria. In order to be able to do any meaningful work in terms of resuscitating the coal industry, particularly the Enugu mines, we need to look at the problems that followed privatization. As many of the privatized firms are morbid or left unattended to, such that government's investments are lying.
It was all cheers for staff and students of the junior secondary school Gosa in Abuja as they received 3 new blocks of classroom from the Israel Ibeleme Foundation. The foundation, which is being run by Israel Ibeleme, an aide of the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, fulfilled the promise made to staff and students of the school almost a year ago. Gosa is a suburb community of the Federal Capital Territory located off the popular airport road in Abuja. Principal of the school, Achi Michael, urged other well-meaning Nigerians to emulate the gesture of the foundation by giving back to the society.
We are here to invest in the life of our children, support the school, support the government, also support the fact that the Mr. President have given a directive to the Minister of Education to oversee total overhauling of the education. As a Nigerian, it's not only the government, we are here to support the government activities, projects, also to encourage other citizens to do same, and also to provide enabling environment for our children for study. Through Nigerian Advocate is a man who believes in Nigeria, is a man who believes in the society, is a man who believes in humanity. Is also a man who believes in activities of Nigeria. So the project here is not about government, it's not about government, it's not about our future, our children. So I encourage everyone around the globe, everyone in Nigeria, to participate, to support our children's education, because education is the key.
I'm particularly happy because of this great gesture that has been exhibited by Israel Ibeleme Foundation. Actually, this is not the first project he's doing here. 2017, he gave scholarship to some students and textbooks, bags, and writing materials. And this year again, he came to the school that he still wants to invest in the lives of these children. And I'm particularly delighted that the promise that he made, he has kept it and he has fulfilled it. Actually, he's a man that I love so much because when he briefed me about his humble beginning, I just felt that what he's doing is a way of saying thank you to God for helping him, taking him from the scratch to the point that he is now.
I want to say thank you to Israel Ibeleme Foundation for the impact they gave to this school, for innovating the school, giving out gifts and scholarships to students. I want to say thank you and may God bless you.
The news continues after the short break. You're watching Plus TV Africa News on the hour. Police in South Africa's administrative capital of Pretoria have started removing refugees who had camped outside the office of the UN Refugee Agency. On Wednesday, a court order was granted instructing the 300 refugees camping there since October 7 to vacate the area within 3 days. The refugees have been demanding to be sent to other countries because they fear xenophobic violence in South Africa. South Africa Home Affairs Minister told Parliament that the refugees had refused to be taken to their countries of origin. The minister said they insisted they don't want to go to their home countries, but another country, and that is Canada, nothing more or less. Still from South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged the national carrier South Africa Airways to resolve an industrial dispute with its workers that has led to the grounding of all its planes. President Ramaphosa, who was interviewed on SABC News, said the strike is a labor relations issue that should not cause panic, even as passengers were reported to have been stranded at the country's main airport. He said the airline's management should come up with a resolution to end the strike that started on Friday. South African Airways has cancelled all flights scheduled for Friday and Saturday because of the strike. Up next is our foreign news. Chinese and Hong Kong governments condemned on Friday an attack by a violent mob on the city's Justice Secretary in London, the first direct altercation between demonstrators and a government minister during months of often violent protest. Secretary for Justice Theresa Cheng, who was in London to promote Hong Kong as a dispute resolution and deal-making hub, was targeted by a group of protesters who shouted "murderer" and "shameful." A statement by the Hong Kong government said Cheng suffered serious bodily harm but gave no further details. The Chinese embassy in the UK said Cheng was pushed to the ground and sustained a hand injury. Cheng was besieged and attacked by dozens of anti-China and pro-independence activists, the Chinese embassy said in a statement. The incident showed that the violent and lawless perpetrators were now taking their violence abroad, it said. China has lodged a formal complaint with Britain and urged British authorities to bring the perpetrators to justice. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will absolutely guarantee that his government will not extend the Brexit transition period before the end of the year. "I don't want an extension," Johnson told the BBC. "If we can get a working majority, all we need is 9 more seats. Then can absolutely guarantee not seeking an extension." Officials said separate incidents of lightning killed at least 27 people and injured over 2 dozens of others in different areas of Pakistan's southern Sindh province during the last 24 hours, local media reported Friday morning. Saeed Ghani, the provincial government spokesman, said that local authorities declared an emergency and rushed rescuers to the Thar Desert in the province of Sindh after the overnight tragedy. He added that several dozen people, including women and children, were being treated at the hospitals. They sustained injuries caused by lightning and falling structures due to the rain. Aslam Chandio, the local rescue official, said that 3 districts, including Tapaka, Mipokas and Suka, were hit by heavy rains from Thursday evening that continued into Friday. Coming up next is our business news.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
The Senate has stressed on the need for urgent amendment of the Nation's Procurement Act. The bill to the act, titled The Bill to Amend the National Council on Public Procurement and Bureau of Public Procurement Act, scaled the second reading on the floor of the Senate as lawmakers said the current act is untenable and will circumvent the reforms expected to be made in the nation's procurement process. Lawmakers also criticized the lack of inauguration of the National Procurement Council by successive governments and urged the current administration to inaugurate the council to spearhead expected reforms.
The objective of this bill is to amend the extant provisions of the Public Procurement Act 2007 by providing that the procurement of goods and works from the Ecological Fund Office be conducted through a direct procurement process as provided for in the Act, rather than the open competitive bidding process used in all other cases. The bill also seeks to amend the Act to increase the number of days within which a payment shall be deemed a delayed payment under the Act. Mr. President, this proposed amendment is simple and uncomplicated. It merely recommends very unambiguous amendments to specified provisions of this Act in order to improve the operational efficiency of our procurement process without adversely affecting the underlying purpose and intent of the Act.
Mr. President, as I'm talking to you and you are leading this debate here, I'm aware that the Procurement Council that is necessarily supposed to fix and lay out the policy guidelines for the enforcement of this Act had not been put in place by successive governments. And therefore, it becomes necessary, especially against the backdrop of our desire now to right the wrongs or apparent lacuna in the past legal instruments that we have in executing government policies, moving, for instance, our budget period to an appropriate time in order that implementation becomes easy and meets the reality on our ground.
Of this certificate of no objection. And one of the main reasons why you see the Bureau of Public Enterprise, which I also want to suggest, that enterprise, as presently constituted, must be unbundled. Must be unbundled. And while the bill is under consideration at the committee level, one critical area we must look is the current composition of this particular board. You notice that 3/4 of the agencies of the government goes after this certificate of no objection. And this is in a bid to circumvent the process. That is in a bid to ensure that proper people who are fit enough to do this job have come out of the process.
the last 12 years have revealed the inadequacies, the loopholes, the lacunas that are in the Act. Like one of our colleagues indicated, we may pass the Appropriation Bill 2020 before the end of the year, and implementation commences from January. But if this Act remains as it is today, with unnecessarily cumbersome and lengthy processes of bidding, the time we would have gained from passing the budget in time would be lost.
Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment. We're back in a moment.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
South Africa's firebrand opposition politician Julius Malema has tweeted to reassure Nigerian music star Burna Boy of his safety if he visits South Africa next weekend. Looking forward to receiving and being entertained by my brother at Burna Boy here at his home called South Africa. There is no mascot that can stop him from performing. He's one of our own and we will protect him. We must resolutely oppose regionalism led by political illiterates. The Afrofusion star is listed to perform at the Africa Unite concert on November 24 in South Africa's capital, Pretoria, 2 months after he vowed on Twitter never to set foot in the country. He had been angered by xenophobia attacks targeting foreigners that were widely interpreted as targeting Nigerians. The tweet has since been deleted. South African rapper AKA has been leading a campaign to get Burna Boy to apologize for his remarks. That's it. On entertainment, Udoka is standing by with sports.
Far away in a foreign land, they have embarked on a new adventure. What challenges will they confront? What pleasures will they experience?
Is to be the best in this competition because I really want to show the Africans how beautiful they are. Amazing!
A brand new life with all possibilities. Nigerians in China on StarTimes Dadenkoa.
That money we shoot every person that we know we can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
Since that time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama. He just pulled it, he pointed, and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police, we have to tackle it holistically.
And in sports, moving over to the Nigerian Professional Football League now, we had 3 matches that were rescheduled yesterday, and we are also looking forward to this weekend's matches. There will be a top-of-the-table clash in the league as well. Aikojo J. Koro, CEO, Matchroom Sports and Media and publisher, Niger League Magazine, brings us more.
3 rescheduled matches were played Thursday, November 14. Enyimba defeated Nasarawa 3-1. With 2 goals from Austin Oladapo, Nigerian international. Samson Obi scored 1, while Hamzat Olabi scored for Nasarawa. Rangers beat Sunshine 1-0. Nnamdi Egbujo scoring that goal. And Akwa United played a goalless draw against Abia Warriors at home. Let's go straight to match day 3 fixtures now. Abia Warriors play Sunshine. Plateau United, Wiki Tories, Warri Wolves at Damawa United, Katsina United, Nasarawa United. FC Feinba will play Rivers United. Kano Pillars, Lobby Stars, Delta Force, Jigawa Golden Stars, Rangers, MFM, Enyimba, Akwa United, Heartland, Dakada. Well, let's pick the pick of the day. Top of the table clash, first versus second. That's Plateau United playing against Wiki Tories. I expect this match to be won on the bench, where you have Abdul Meikaba for Plateau United, and for Wiki Tories they have Garba Ibrahim. Interestingly, it's his first time as head coach of the team. He has worked under several coaches there, Ladan Boso, but this time around Aliu Zubeiru, who left for Gombe United, but now he's the man in charge, Garba Ibrahim, and he's not doing. He's doing so well now. Two victories in 2 games, so it's a big one, I must say. That's where attention will be. For Plateau United, they have a fantastic goalkeeper in Anoze Chinedu. Chidoze, they got him from FC Ifeanyiba last. He crossed over from FC Ifeanyiba, and of course, don't forget the guy who's been scoring the goals for them, Nenrod Silas. 2 goals in 2 matches. Will he make it 3 in 3? Well, let's just wait and see. And of course, for Wiki Tories, they have Saidu Abubakar, Idris Guda, and Sixtus Fossa, who came from the bench to score in their last game. So a big game we have on out there in Jos. And of course, another big game we're looking at is the Enyimba Akwa United game. Akwa yet to win, yet to score at home. They're going away, scored their only goal away from home. They have a factor on Fondo. Anybody want to turn this around as they travel to his former team, Enyimba. And indeed, the shortest trip for Akwa United in the league, if you understand the geography of that region. Kano Pillars, Lobby Stars is another big game. Lobby Stars have a way of giving troubles to Kano Pillars, and when you consider the fact that they scored 4 goals in their last game, Pillars yet to score at home, played a goalless draw against Rivers United, and will be out for goals and points, I must say. Well, top of the table clash we just talked about. For Jigawa and Nasarawa, both teams don't have any points, so they're moving away from home again this time around. Dangerous, they're already living on dangerous times. Jigawa will play away at Delta Force, while Nasarawa will go to Katsina United. Katsina, of course, looking for ways to get points. When a team is yet to win, no point at all in 2 games, that's a serious problem.
Professional Football League will be brought to you on social media, where you can follow us and get all the updates on our sports activities. But that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thank you, Udoka. And that's how we wrap up events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. That is also at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines, so please join us again if you can. Thanks for watching. Our exclusive chat today is with a key player in the 2019 general election, and he has been in the spotlight before, during, and even now providing information on the activities of Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Mr. Uluwole Osese Uzi currently serves as the Director of Voter Education and Publicity of the Commission. He is a lawyer who was in private practice for several years and lectured at the University of Benin, where he obtained a master's degree in law. A seasoned administrator, he has served in various capacities with INEC before being assigned his current role. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Take us through what it's like to be in the spotlight all through the elections and even now.
For me, it's a strange terrain, quite honestly, because I'm especially a very reserved person and one who solitude is almost second nature to, and I like it, quite honestly. And in my first life as a lawyer, I was in private legal practice, and all you had to do was go to court and argue your cases in court. In my time, you never used to grant interviews and things like that, so it was anathema almost, on like a lot of what you see now. So I was far removed from the media and the spotlight of coverage and being a public figure. But even as when I first got into the commission as a special advisor to the INEC chairman, the first INEC chairman, one wasn't in the spotlight at all. You did your things behind the scenes, at the back end. And again, as director of legal, the same thing. But when I now was reassigned to the beat of to cover media and publicity, voter education, you had to be right up there. Basically, a spokesperson of the commission, you had to go on different platforms to educate Nigerians and enlighten Nigerians about processes, about procedures, about the laws, about everything else. It was a 360-degree turn. So it's not something I'm totally used to and comfortable in, but it's a job that has to be done. Somebody has to do it, and I've tried to do it to the best of my ability. And so if it necessitates going on the television, social media all the time, it's all comes with the territory. I have to do that.
A lot of Nigerians would agree that you have really represented the commission as best as you can. But then again, they would wonder, how do you deal with the negative? Because the media can be quite vicious. How do you deal with all the negative press that comes, and you need to, in spite of this, be calm and pass what information is needed?
I think that's probably the most challenging part of the job. One thing I do, I swore to myself and to my God that in everything I'll always try to tell the truth and all facts as best as I know them. I will not want to be deceptive or say things that are incorrect or untrue. If you know that, then you keep quiet. If you're not sure, I'm not so sure, but this is what I think. So honesty and integrity are all part of the job. First and foremost, I'm a Nigerian. Everybody who works is a Nigerian. We're all Nigerian. So, and a lot of us are patriotic people who feel determined that the systems must change. If we don't get our elections right, if our democracy is not right, you can't get your economy, you can't get any other thing right. So we are imbued with that sense of justice, patriotism, and getting things done rightly. Because in taking this job, I did ask my boss, why did you agree to take this job? Prior to now, it's like a graveyard for reputations. You built, like I came with Justice Akpata, who had built a solid reputation in the practice of law in the judiciary. Why I haven't risen to the topmost of being the Justice of the Supreme Court? He said, well, if I don't take it, I guess somebody has to do it. And if you don't take it, you lose the right to complain. And that's how I got into public service. It was never my intention. Although I'm son of a public servant, so it was never my intention to join public service. But I think it's a good thing, and that's why I said we must do it. And perception, unfortunately, is probably more important in so many instances than reality. And perception is built on usually false either history or false narrative. So ours is to push that narrative and say, this is the truth. You are allowed to disagree with me, but hear the facts and then form your opinion. So lots of times, a lot of what people see is not necessarily what it actually is. And social media, as good as social media is, social media doesn't always tell the whole story. And our perception, our beliefs system sometimes is based on social media and half-truths. Sometimes totally fallacious, totally wrong things. That is a bit of a challenge in us. But you must be calm. You must try to get your own message across, regardless of the din of people saying the negativity that is there. You still have to say it as it is, as best as you know.
Before we go talk about more to do with your work, I want to ask this specific question. What particular lesson would you say there might be a few, but there's this one that you take away from this entire 2019 election period that you would want to go with for the rest of your time?
Oh, there are so many, lessons, but I think it's basically that if you believe in what you're doing, you just go ahead and go right with it and do it regardless. You cannot persuade everybody all of the time, but you have to put things up there, let them know that this is actually what it is. For example, there are lots of things. Why doesn't it just do this? Why can't I just stick my voter's card and vote anywhere? Because the law says so. There are rules, there are guidelines, and there are regulations. I don't make the rules. INEC doesn't make the rules. The National Assembly, if we don't like them, then we change those rules. But first of all, we have to go and meet the National Assembly, which the Constitution has given the powers to make laws. The laws may be good, they may be bad, and that's why there's always legal reform. When you put laws in practice, you now find that there's some people, for example, there's this issue of certificates or not certificates. We say, we'll not give you a certificate if you put a gun or threaten my returning officer to make a return for you. That is not a voluntary return. We'll not give you a certificate. But the rule of law says once he has submitted the case to the judiciary and the judiciary has determined that we had no right to withhold the certificate, give him a certificate, then we have to obey that. We'll challenge it to the highest court, but we had to do that.
Okay, let's take a look at the aftermath of the entire process. One of them was the EU Election Observation Mission. They came up with some recommendations and observations about the entire process. And one of them was they felt that there was this lack of voter participation in the entire process. Do you agree that there was a marked lack of voter participation? If yes, what is the Commission doing to try and work around this and ensure more people take more part in the process?
I guess that was determined based on the turnout of voters vis-a-vis the total number of registered voters. Now, there are certain conversations we must have as a country. In some countries, voting is mandatory, it's compulsory. I think Australia is one of those countries. I'm not sure about Argentina. In Nigeria, it's a voluntary thing. But democracy is all about participation. And for as long as people have a choice, you cannot blame them for exercising that choice one way or the other. We must interrogate why is this so. You ask the question, what is INEC doing about it? I think that's almost a wrong premise. Because now you think it's the INEC's responsibility to ensure that people vote.
No, but they do have a responsibility to assure, because first, there is a lot of insecurity in the land.
Good. So you're identifying issues why people don't vote. Is INEC responsible for security?
But that's part of your purview when it comes to elections. You liaise with the security agencies.
But the Constitution has given that right for security to other agencies. That's the point. That's exactly the point. That there are multi-agencies responsible for different aspects of it.
Are you insinuating in any way that INEC doesn't have any role to play in encouraging, improve?
No, you've changed the question now. For example, you use the example of security, and I'm telling you that that is under a purview of somebody. So you cannot say if there's insecurity, people will not come out and vote. Certainly, we'll engage the security agencies. Please, what can we do to ensure a safe environment? Naturally, if the environment is not safe, the media will not cover will not go out. They will not risk lives of journalists. Voters will not turn out. We will not risk lives of INEC officials will not come out. So it has an impact on it. So security is paramount, but security is not under the purview. Look at the functions. Look at the functions given to the Commission. Security is not one of those. So the question should be directed at all of us, including the media.
Okay.
Including the media, you have a duty. An obligation.
Secondly, where I'm trying to go is you, as the Commission, have seen some of the. Like I identified, insecurity is one of them. Yes. But there are other aspects. It's not just insecurity. So what is your part in this?
I'll answer that. But security is a major determinant factor. Issues of, I voted for politicians, what is the result? What are the dividends of democracy? Maybe one of them. I can't do anything about that. My job stops when the people get elected. Whether they fulfill their promises, it's not my job. Maybe maybe somebody else, but that is not my job. But it is my job to ensure that democracy is all about participation. And the success or credibility of elections is determined by how many people participate. But actually, you say democracy is a question of numbers, the majority of people. No, it's the majority of people who turn out. So the winner is determined not by the majority of people who are entitled to vote, it's determined by the majority of people who come out to vote. But sometimes, where you can hold me by the ankle on that, is like, look, people believe that their votes will not count. Now, it's my job to ensure to try to people, look, your votes will count and will be counted. So that is within INEC's purview. Now, telling people that don't look at your tribe, don't look at your religion, look at ethnic things, look at the capability of the candidate standing, that's your job and my job. The media should hold people, because in all the pillars of journalism, accountability, holding people accountable is one of those. And when people don't perform what they say or are ridiculous in their promises, for example, you say, oh, I'll make sure there's air conditioning all over Nigeria. And you know it cannot be done. So you point out those things. All of us have responsibility. We on our part will certainly do all we can to mobilize people, working with NOAA, working with civil society. In the last general elections, for example, we engaged civil society. We assisted with logistic support to ensure they go to places we cannot go to. And they also tell people, when people hear from CSOs, citizens, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations like them, they probably, generally speaking, tend to believe them more than they may believe me as a public officer. I say, oh yeah, that's his job, he's paid to do that. But when you say someone, look, I'm a patriotic person, I come from this community, I'm determined that the community must vote in this election, and these are the reasons why you must vote, generally speaking, they tend to believe them more. So we knew that, and our strategies have included collaboration with the media. We had so many deals with the media in terms of collaboration to get our message across. We collaborated with CSOs, we met with traditional rulers, we met with religious leaders, and those engagements must continue. And the message must be passed, and we have to build confidence in the system. Part of the way of confidence building is these engagements we're talking about.
Yeah, I quite agree with you that the media has a crucial role to play in all of this to increase voter participation. But, you know, when we talk about election in this country, aside from the people and the government, the focus, all eyes are usually on INEC. Yes. All right, let me ask you, another priority recommendation of the EU was that INEC procedures for the collation of results be elaborated and strengthened to improve integrity and confidence in the electoral process. What's your
Unfortunately, I didn't give particulars. And our process is determined by the rules and regulations set out, as I said earlier, by the laws. And the law says when you finish voting, you sort out and you count and declare results at the polling unit. The law stops there. Although for collation, you take it from the polling unit and go to the collation center, a manual process. Now, we do that, but we've gone beyond what the law says to build confidence and transparency. Each polling unit, a result is displayed. We now design a form, which is not known to the Electoral Act, but we have powers to design forms. Design the form and publish the result. All the Electoral Act says, give it to the police and give it to party agents who are willing to take, who are present, who have candidates in elections, which we do. But in addition, we paste that on the walls of every polling unit. That's an additional layer. I don't know in what context that was said. I read the report, it did not specify, and that's a bit difficult. But I guess we're talking about, for example, electronic transmission of results or other forms of transmission. But the law has given me something to do, and I've gone beyond the minimum standard prescribed by the law. Going forward, if the law is amended and says, for example, in some of the bills sent to the President for assent, an amendment to the Electoral Act, talked about electronic transmission, then that's so. Not only that, the presidential election, if you go to the website, you'll see the full results of the presidential election. But people say it's so laborious, it's so difficult, but that's what the law says. Each candidate, 73 in the presidential election, each candidate, his name has to be recorded, his cause has to be recorded, his party has to be recorded, and we have to do that and go to the next stage, which is the word collation or area collation. We collate there, take it to the local government, the same thing, and they must bring these things to Abuja. People say, oh, why don't you just send this thing electronically to Abuja? The law doesn't allow that. The law says you bring, the collation officer brings that copy, that form, brings it to the returning officer in Abuja, or wherever the collation is going to be done. And usually presidential is in Abuja. If it's governorship, it will state capital.
Does INEC support the electoral bill that is being before?
INEC proposed, I think it was 25 amendments that we thought will better enhance the job and transparency and build confidence in the process. About 3 to 5 were accepted. And
the rest is still pending.
Yes, the rest is still there. But there's a new assembly, and we will continue to engage them. And new members say, look, this is what we want, this is what we think will be better. There are public hearings. We encourage the media, CSOs, we encourage all stakeholders to come, put their ideas forward. We think the framework can be improved upon. But the most difficult is the attitudinal change of especially the political class.
Let's talk about the opposition party. they have been in the news.
In a presidential system, I don't know that you can talk of an opposition party.
Okay, let's talk about the second most populous party in this country, as per figures and popularity, and that's the PDP, after the APC, because they are the ruling party. Now, the PDP have come up to say that there seemed to be a collusion between the AP, the ruling party, and INEC. This has been a recurrent media report. I'm sure you're very aware of it. I want you to clear the air on that now.
Well, for 16 years, the People's Democratic Party held sway in the center and in many states. And what you call the opposition party, the APP, ANPP, ACN, what was the common refrain? That the PDP was in cohorts and collusion with INEC. So that is the language of the politicians. When people say that, ask them for evidence of that. And why I challenge you on the word ruling and opposition parties. In Rivers State, which is the ruling party, which is the opposition party. So it depends on which state, which constituency you're talking about. In Anambra State, which is the ruling party. And the trade banters, the trade accusations and counter accusations. But please go to court or go somewhere and prove or show the public how you say we have colluded. Look at certain people who lost elections. In a place like Bauchi, in the governorship election, did you say INEC colluded? The APC accused INEC of colluding with the PDP. The same thing with Rivers. Notwithstanding that the APC did not have candidates, read the statements coming from, including the former Minister of Transport, read the statements coming from the APC leaders.
So the
politicians will always be politicians.
Yeah, the commission is always bearing the brunt of.
Yes, when they win, there's a good election, a fair election, I'm very popular. When they lose, there's a collision between the party that won or the candidate that won, along with INEC. That is always a refrain from time.
Well, that will always be, I guess. That will always be. Let's look at the welfare of corps members. Yes. There was a lot of media coverage about, and pictures all over the place about how the conditions were unsavory, so to speak, for some of them. What plans are there? What lessons did INEC learn from that entire fiasco? And what plans are there to ensure that going forward we don't have a repeat of such?
Well, first of all, fiasco is a strong word, and
it is, because it was a very pathetic situation.
Yes, but I can tell you the number of camps, and of course the powerful photographs and images we get are those that are unsavory.
Yes.
Those are not so good. So how much of an average that was, I really don't know. But not just youth corps, so members of the youth corps, but all staff involved in the conduct of elections have to be protected, and their welfare is of paramount importance to the Commission and those who organize elections for good reason. Because if you don't take care of welfare, don't forget, just about everybody apart from INEC staff are volunteers. And people tend to forget that INEC staff get killed. Ad hoc staff get killed. They get maimed, they get attacked just for doing their patriotic job for the country. It's a very worrisome thing. So both the security and welfare are of paramount importance. And in places where it is discovered that issues of welfare, that provision has been made and they were not taken as seriously as they should, I think disciplinary action will be taken against any of the permanent staff that is involved in this unsavory act. But going forward, more monitors will be deployed to ensure that welfare issues are taken care of, because we prepared the racks, and the racks are the camps where the ad hoc staff stay. They're supposed to have security, they're supposed to have water, they're supposed to have mattresses or mats for the few hours they will sleep. On election day, they only sleep a few hours, because on the eve of the election, there are certain materials that have been conveyed from the local government office of the commission to those camps. And in those camps, they do lots of things. So it's like a bonfire camp night, really. After sorting out the materials, they just wait for 5, 6, 7 a.m. In fact, less than 6:30, everybody should be out of the camp.
There is this issue with logistics and movement of electoral materials during, and then you did have some challenges at some points, you know. I'm sure you've learned some lessons. Going forward, what is the plan?
From every exercise, we will do learn lessons, and that's the whole point. And that's why after every major exercise, we do an in-house thing, and this time we've expanded more than in-house. Come and assist us. We don't claim to have a monopoly over all knowledge. We're not a logistics company. We're not, but we must manage the process. We're a regulatory body and a management body. We must manage the process. And for logistics, for example, internal logistics, we relied a lot on the road transport workers and owners associations. It worked quite well in some places. It didn't work as well in other places. So we've been receiving insights from our staff on ground, and we will engage the Union of Road Transport Workers and Association of Road Transport Owners, and also the Road Transport Employers Association in how do we improve things. We've tried engaging people directly, but we saw that didn't work quite well. We've now said, okay, let's go through professional associations and unions in the transport industry. How well can we do that? Some have suggested we should go to a logistics company, but if things go wrong, who do we hold if we're to go to a renowned logistics company? But everything's on the table. We will look at what is feasible and what's not feasible going forward. But we are determined to, as much as we practically can, solve that problem. It wasn't so much, logistics wasn't so much a problem in the last couple of elections. It was shown in the previous elections, Ondo, and it wasn't so much of a problem. So we don't know why in the general elections it came back as it were. So, but it's something that we're looking at.
Okay, what major changes should Nigerians expect come 2023? Based on everything we've said so far, there's a lot of review, a lot of lessons, and so on. What major changes should Nigerians expect?
Well, first of all, I think that there will be some fundamental changes to the legal framework. Probably there will be a lot more use of technology so that to limit human interference in the system. But I always tell people, let's be careful. In every time we have tried to change things, the solution now becomes part of the challenge itself. So in doing, for example, increased use of technology, we should also look at cybercrime. It throws up a new challenge. Secondly, trust issues. There seems to be a trust deficiency between state institutions, including INEC, and the populace. You go to polling units, we declare results, we paste the results. There's sometimes disputes about the outcome of results. So if we're to do it electronically, and it's a machine that comes and throws everything up, do you trust us enough to believe the results that you see there? One thing I've come to see in this country is that a lot of time, amongst our small circles, we have formed opinions that are common to most of us in those circles. And we believe that everybody outside in Nigeria have common beliefs and common agreement on those things. But sitting down here in Lagos, in VI, with a group of my friends who have shared the same, probably, religion, the same background, the same level of income and everything else, it may be a totally different thing in Zamfara State, in the peasants, amongst peasants in the village in Zamfara State. Whereas I think my own ideas are bought by all Nigerians, they might have a totally different ideas and think that it's exactly the same thing. So we have to be careful that know that this country is diverse, it's large, and the belief systems are different amongst people.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming on One-on-One.
Thank you very much for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you. And that is our program for today. Thank you for watching. I hope you were educated on a thing or two and have maybe a new way of thinking about what the Commission does. I hope that is the case. Thanks again for your time. My name is Felicity Ezewike.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. Wow. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
This TV station, Plus TV Africa, is designed to help to create a paradigm shift. The more we tell our stories, the more we learn from whatever our past mistakes have been.
We can be much more than we are. We should be doing a lot in refineries.
And we are definitely investing in our staff. We're training, we're developing, we're creating the kind of workforce that will be the envy of the international broadcast. The quality of the reportage, the quality of our presentation, the quality of our production will be obvious. We're saying that we want to reach Africans wherever they are and get the message across to them. That's what Plus TV Africa is all about.
All right, country people, greet on our top this very o'clock when Mr. United join us for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. This is 93 MC one time I give on my name, I promise, Nehru. They say the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Thursday say Saturday governorship election go happen for Bayelsa State as it take day. The commission say there will be all Ogbonge court orders when say they serve, when say concern the poll. The Federal High Court for Yanagwa on Thursday cancelled the All Progressive Congress APC primaries when say produced David Leon as the party candidate. The judgment did the case when say they filed by one of the APC governorship aspirants, Senator Henneken Lokbobiri. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of their Informate and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, he confirmed say the commission will carry all the things when say they need for the elections, and said the poll will happen as they take planner. He said the election will go on with their plans for the election as they go use the materials when say they already prepared before they give the judgment. The Supreme Court on Friday ruled say Oga President Muhammadu Buhari disqualified to contest the 23rd presidential election. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Tanko Muhammad, he prepared the full judgment of the Apex Court when say Justice John Okoro read. The full judgment when say that delivered on Friday and to give you an for the Apex Court talk of October 30 when say that they say that through the appeal by the People's Democratic Party and their presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar as they take challenge the victory of Buhari for the February 23rd presidential poll. For the full judgment of the Apex Court, when said that delivered on Friday, the court confirmed the yarn of the presidential election petition for the tribunal when say now Buhari get the educational qualification to contest the poll. They said the Nigeria Constitution only need candidates when say that they contest the presidential election to reach secondary level, even when say the candidate not get certificate. They can say by work of the provision of the Constitution, any candidate when say get primary school certificate and don't work for the public or private service for time when we say no did less than 10 years and feel read, write, and yarn for English language to wait till the INEC want, they qualify to contest. They can still say Buhari no submit any line informate for educational qualification to the Independent National Electoral Commission. The President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, don't tell the new Senator Abiodun Olujimi when we say they just put for power, make it talk the better things when we say get to nation building and national develop. Lawan when we say they swear in Olujimi from Ekiti State, one before minority whip of the Senate, he told the senator to use her experience to bring stability come the red chamber. Olujimi replaced the before Senate talk person, Adedayo Adeyeye. When both the Ekiti State Election Petition Tribunal and the Court for Fapi for Kaduna State cancel an election. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, just give her a certificate of return.
Congratulations to distinguished Senator Biodun Christine Olujimi, the former minority leader in the 8th Senate. And with this, we now have 8 very solid female senators. We pray that this addition will bring additional productivity and stability to the Senate. With this, I will call for unity, and of course, we should remain focused and do only those things that will make our country great. Thank you.
Let's say the House of Representatives don't call on the federal government to do what when we say they plan to bring the nation core industry come life again. This one follow one motion when we say Nolim Naji from Enugu State move when we say tell the federal government to use the sector to create jobs for thousands of Nigerian youths. Lawmakers when we say that they torchlight the motion still tell the federal government to investigate license when we say they give investors for the coal sector when we say they never get anything from till now.
Mr. Speaker, revitalization of resuscitation of coal industry will help assist Nigeria in power generation, in job creation, and revenue generation. Mr. Speaker, if we can achieve these objectives, I believe that we have done a lot in improving the economy of Nigeria. In order to be able to do any meaningful work in terms of resuscitating the coal industry, particularly the Enugu mines, we would need to look at the problems that followed privatization, as many of the privatized firms are moribund or left unattended to, such that government's investments are like.
They say no be small growth happen for the staff, students, and the juniors of the junior secondary school Goza for Abuja as they received 3 new blocks of classrooms from the Israel Beleme Foundation. The foundation, when say Israel Beleme, 1A to the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Ameshideron, it do what it talk give the staff and students of the school almost 1 year when we say it don't pass. Goza now one community of the federal capital when we say they off the popular airport road inside Abuja. The principal of the school, Achi Michael, he tell other Ogbonge Naija people, say they follow the better work when say the foundation do to give back to the society.
We are here to invest in the life of our children, support the school, support the government, also support the fact that the Mr. President have given a directive to the Minister of Education to oversee total overhauling of the education. As a Nigerian, it's not only the government, we are here to support the government activities, projects, also to encourage other citizens to do same, and also to provide enabling environment for our children for study. Through Nigerian Advocate is a man who believes in Nigeria, is a man who believes in the society, is a man who believes in humanity, is also a man who believes in activities of Nigeria. So the project here is not about government, it's not about government, it's not about our future, our children. So I encourage everyone around the globe, everyone in Nigeria, to participate, to support our children's education, because education is the key.
I'm particularly happy because of this great gesture that has been exhibited by Israel Ibeleme Foundation. Actually, this is not the first project he's doing here. 2017, he gave scholarship to some students and textbooks, bags, and writing materials. And this year again, he came to the school that he still wants to invest in the lives of these children. And I'm particularly delighted that the promise that he made, he has kept it and he has fulfilled it. Actually, he's a man that I love so much because when he briefed me about his humble beginning, I just felt that what he's doing is a way of saying thank you to God for helping him, taking him from the scratch to the point that he is now.
I want to say thank you to Israel Ibeleme Foundation for the impact they gave to this school, for innovating the school, giving out gifts and scholarships to students. I want to say thank you and may God bless you.
All right, we'll go one small a break. When we show back, we'll summon another to read them. We'll not go anywhere. Let's say police for South Africa administrative capital of Pretoria, it don't start to come out refugees when say they camp outside the office of UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR. On Wednesday, they said they grant one court order when say they tell the 300 refugees when say they did the camp there since 7 October, may they come out from the area within 3 days. The refugees don't say make them send they go other countries because they fear xenophobic biggie for South Africa. South Africa Home Affairs Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, he tell Parliament say the refugees no agree make them take them go their own countries when say they come from. And the minister say they don't want to go their own country but another country, and that one na Canada or nothing else when say they want to go. Let's say South Africa President Cyril Ramaphosa don't tell the National Carrier South African Airways to solve one industrial wahala with their workers when say don't make them say make any plane no waka. Oga President Ramaphosa when said the interview for SABC News, he said the strike na labor relation palaver when he say no fit cause shaking, even as they say passengers no fit travel from the country main airport. He said make the airline management come up with solution to end the strike when he say start on Friday. SAA don't cancel all flights when he say they put for Friday and Saturday because of the strike. All right, the next one, now our foreign news. They say the Chinese and Hong Kong government say they're not happy for one begin when we say happened on Friday. When we say one wahala mob for the city, Justice Seke do for London. When we say the first direct kasala between demonstrators and one government minister for the month of We No Go Gree Waka. Seke for Justice Theresa Cheng when we say they London to promote Hong Kong to solve matter and deal making hub. Now the joint body of the We No Go Gree people when we say that they shout murderer and shameful go gbege. One statement by the Hong Kong government say Cheng suffered serious body harm, but they not talk anything again. The Chinese embassy for the UK say they put Cheng put for ground and he injured for hand. The Chinese embassy talk for one statement saying now plenty anti-China and pro-independence activists and they gbege Cheng. And the palaver show say wahala people and lawless people don't they carry their wahala go abroad. China still give formula complaint with Britain and contact British authorities. May they bring those people when they say they do the wahala to justice. And they say Prime Minister Boris Johnson say Britain now he say he go confirm say government not go extend the Brexit transition period before the end of the year. Johnson tell the BBC say he no want any extension. He say if they fit get working majority, all they need now 9 more seats, then they go confirm say they no they look for any extension. Let's say local media report on Friday morning say officials say separate palaver of lightning kill like 27 people and still injure past 2,000 of others for different areas of Pakistan, Southern Sindh province for last 24 hours. Saeed Ghani, the provincial government of Turkmen, he said the local authorities declare one emergency and rush rescuers go the Thar Desert inside the province of Sindh after the overnight palaver. And they say that they treat plenty people when we say there be women and picking for the hospital. And the lightning and structures when we say they fall because of the rain injure plenty people. Aslam Chandio, the local rescue official, he said the 3 districts when we say there be Tapaka, Mekufat, and Soko, now the heavy rains hit from Thursday evening when we say enter on Friday. All right, the next one, now our business news.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
There's always lots to talk about on The Advocate. We don't like to keep you in suspense.
If we have 35 revolutions a year, it will register in people's minds that 35 times people got up to try to fight.
Don't abandon ship. What is in your hand?
If you think about that copper that was making chairs and tables,
Yeah.
that is what his hands has found to do.
Now, a woman like Adadivo that you mentioned, why till today? Why can't we just give her this award?
China did not close their border and allow their presidents to go to America or London for medical treatment.
We're wasting our time on rice, and that's why every time I hear rice, I'm actually very angry.
TikTok, it's time to set things in motion.
No, you better not talk about revolution.
That money will shoot every person that we know we can shoot. We don't let people die there.
You could have killed us for a long period of time.
That time why I carry gonorrhea. I first go hospital first, but it no go. Now I come make that mama.
He just pulled it, he pointed and shot.
They suffer too much. They suffer too much.
Issues around the Nigerian police We have to tackle it holistically.
And on to business, they say the Senate, Lawyer matter of say, made a sharply amend the Nation Procurement Act. The BWM said they called the bill to amend the National Council for Public Procurement and Bureau of Public Procurement Act. Passed the second reading for the floor of the Senate, as lawmakers say the act for now no follow. And it no go help the reforms so say they expect say they will do for the nation procurement process. Lawmakers still throw away hand for the lack of inauguration of the National Procurement Council by government, and they tell them straight when say that they now say may they inaugurate the council to put body for the expected reforms.
The objective of this bill is to amend the extant provisions of the Public Procurement Act 2007 by providing that the procurement of goods and works from the Ecological Fund Office be conducted through a direct procurement process as provided for in the Act, rather than the open competitive bidding process used in all other cases. The bill also seeks to amend the Act to increase the number of days within which a payment shall be deemed a delayed payment under the Act. Mr. President, this proposed amendment is simple and uncomplicated. It merely recommends very unambiguous amendments to specified provisions of this Act in order to improve the operational efficiency of our procurement process without adversely affecting the underlying purpose and intent of the Act.
Mr. President, as I'm talking to you and we are leading this debate here, I'm aware that the Procurement Council that is necessarily supposed to fix and lay out the policy guidelines for the enforcement of this Act had not been put in place by successive governments. And therefore, it becomes necessary, especially against the backdrop of our desire now to right the wrongs or apparent lacuna in the past legal instruments that we have in executing government policies, moving, for instance, our budget period to an appropriate time in order that implementation becomes easy and meets the reality on our ground.
Of this certificate of no objection. And one of the main reasons why you see the Bureau of Public Enterprise, which I also want to suggest, that enterprise, as presently constituted, must be unbundled. Must be unbundled. And while the bill is under consideration at the committee level, one critical area we must look is the current composition of this particular board. You notice that 3/4 of the agencies of the government goes after this certificate of no objection. And this is in a bid to circumvent the process. That is in a bid to ensure that proper people who are fit enough to do this job have come out of the process.
The last 12 years have revealed the inadequacies, the loopholes, the lacunas that are in the Act. Like one of our colleagues indicated, we may pass the Appropriation Bill 2020 before the end of the year, and implementation commences from January. But if this Act remains as it is today, with unnecessarily cumbersome and lengthy processes of bidding, the time we would have gained from passing the budget in time would be lost.
All right, still ahead on Top Plus TV Africa News, our roundup for entertainment and sports with the show back.
Far away in a foreign land, they have embarked on a new adventure. What challenges will they confront?
okay.
I know it was a rehearsal, and then she was like, come, and I was like...
What pleasures will they experience?
Is to be the best in this competition because I really want to show the African how beautiful they are. Amazing!
A brand new life with all possibilities. Nigerians in China on StarTimes.Nkoa.
Let's say South African firebrand opposition politician Julius Malema. He don't tweet say Ogbonge Nigerian musician Burna Boy, he no get shaking for safety if he show South Africa next weekend. He say, I dey look front to receive my brother when he say go entertain me at Burna Boy here for inside our home South Africa. And he say no juju fit stop him, make him no perform and say now one of their own and they go protect him wella. He said they must oppose regionalism when they say in a political illiterate that they do am. The Afrofusion style day for people when they say they will perform for the African Unite concert on 24 November inside South Africa capital, Pretoria. 2 months after I talk for Twitter say he no go ever put leg for the country. The kilikili palaver for foreigners when we call xenophobia don't make a parallel, especially say that they target Niger people. He don't delete the tweet since they say South Africa rapper, aka he don't they lead when we say the campaign to tell Burna Boy make it do a beg, give her. All right, that one of entertainment. The next one of sport. As they enter Nigeria Professional Football League, they say we don't get 3 matches when they say they put for yesterday, and we still look forward to this weekend match then. They say they go there on top the table clash for inside league, and they get a QJ, Ojekere, CEO of Mushroom Sport and media and publisher, Nigeria League magazine when they say it bring us more.
3 rescheduled matches were played Thursday, November 14. Enyimba defeated Nasarawa 3-1. With 2 goals from Austin Oladapo, Nigerian international. Samson Obi scored 1, while Hamzat Olabi scored for Nasarawa. Rangers beat Sunshine 1-0. Nnamdi Egbujo scoring that goal. And Akwa United played a goalless draw against Abia Warriors at home. Let's go straight to match day 3 fixtures now. Abia Warriors play Sunshine. Plateau United, Wiki Tories, Warri Wolves at Damawa United, Katsina United, Nasarawa United. FC Feinba will play Rivers United, Kano Pillars, Lobby Stars, Delta Force, Jigawa Golden Stars, Rangers, MFM, Enyimba, Akwa United, Heartland, Dakada. Well, let's pick the pick of the day. Top of the table clash, first versus second, that's Plateau United playing against Wiki Tories. I expect this match to be won on the bench where you have Abdul Meikaba for Plateau United, and for Wiki Tories, they have Garba Ibrahim. Interestingly, it's his first time as head coach of the team. He has worked under several coaches there, Ladan Boso, but this time around, Aliu Zubeiru, who left for Gombe United. But now he's the man in charge, Garba Ibrahim, and he's not doing, he's doing so well now. Two victories in 2 games. So it's a big one, must say. That's where attention will be. For Plateau United, they have a fantastic goalkeeper in Anoze Chinedu. Chidoze, beg your pardon, they got him from FC Ifeanyiba last. He crossed over from FC Ifeanyiba, and of course, don't forget the guy who's been scoring the goals for them, Nerod Silas. 2 goals in 2 matches. Will he make it 3 in 3? Well, let's just wait and see. And of course, for Wiki Tories, they have Saidu Abubakar, Idris Guda, and Sixtus Fossa, who came from the bench to score in their last game. So a big game we have on out there in Jos. And of course, another big game we're looking at is the Enyimba Akwa United game. Akwa yet to win, yet to score at home. They're going away, scored their only goal away from home. They have a factor on Fondo. Felipe want to turn this around as they travel to his former team, Eyimba. Indeed, the shortest trip for Aqua United in the league, if you understand the geography of that region. Kano Pillars, Lobby Stars is another big game. Lobby Stars have a way of giving troubles to Kano Pillars, and when you consider the fact that they scored 4 goals in their last game, Pillars yet to score at home, played a goalless draw against Rivers United, and will be out for goals and points, I must say. Well, top of the table clash we just talked about, for Jigawa and Nasarawa, both teams don't have any points, so they're moving away from home again this time around. Dangerous, they're already living on dangerous times. Jigawa will play away at Delta Falls, while Nasarawa will go to Katsina United. Katsina, of course, looking for ways to get points. When a team is yet to win, no point at all in 2 games, that's a serious problem. You can understand the pressure at Nasarawa United and newly promoted Jigawa Golden Stars right now. For top scorers in the league, we have 3 players on 2 goals: Sikiru Alimi, Lobby Stars, Nigerian International; Austin Oladapo, Nigerian International to Eyimba, and of course Jimo Oni, all have scored 2 goals each, and we'll be looking out for more goals. A lot of players already, of course, on 1 goal each. The matches, of course, represent another opportunity for all the players to score. Eyimba, 3rd position right now, and of course, when Eyimba is moving closer to the top of the table, they just have a way of getting things. So out there in Aba, it's going to be a big clash. Eyimba playing against Aqua United, and of course Aqua has a certain Mfongudo who played there. For those who follow the league, scored 23 goals at some point 2014 and became the all-time goal scorer in terms of goals scored in a season.
All right, now for your good break on top this very clock for news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. For plenty and better information, follow us on top Plus TV Africa for Facebook, for Twitter, and for Instagram. And it will make sense when I subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We go still the summon and plenty other to read them as time they go. My name, I promise, Nero. And I thank you that you join us on Well Done.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say!
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
and welcome to Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumi Noajefe. Today, we'll be focusing on how people on the continent are taking care of their environment. In Kenya, someone initiated the plan of trash for cash.
Every Monday, Jeffrey Baluzzi, age 26, combs the beach as part of a cleanup crew from the Watamu Marine Association. Each time, they pick up about 4 big sacks of plastic waste. They're paid the equivalent of €4 a day. That means they earn €16 a month. That's not very much, but they're all happy to do this work. Jeffrey has been part of the crew since its inception.
My main intention was just to change the environment itself, because since the environment was different here, there was a lot of taka, and this was dangerous even to the sea creatures. So that's what brought me here, in fact.
They bring the trash to a recycling center run by the organization, not far from the beach. Shakushi Lewa helps sort the trash. He lives on the grounds of the recycling center. They separate hard and soft plastic. Part of it is given to local artists and women's associations which make flip-flop sandals or window screens to stop insects from getting into houses. The hard plastic is the organization's cash cow. It brings in the equivalent of €7,000 a year. The recycling center has acquired a new shredder. Soon it will be able to handle plastic not just from all of Watamu, but from another nearby community. Jeffrey thinks they'll be able to shred about 20,000 kilos of hard plastic, more than double their present capacity.
So I can say this project has been so beneficial on me and the project itself, because up to date, the taka we used to hide on the beach are now reduced. On the village, the same.
Thanks to the initiative, around 25 people in Watamu are earning steady money. Shakushu was unemployed for a long time until the project hired him. He lives for free on the grounds of the recycling center. He mixes old paper, water, and wood chips to make briquettes for burning. The business idea earns him the equivalent of €100 a month from garbage. When the people from the community collect those plastics and bring them here, they get money for the plastic. Jeffrey says the biggest challenge is to make clear to the community that recycling plastic is much more than just a short-term money-making project.
The challenge we do have is that, because people say, okay, I can join with you working there, but what are you going to give me? You know? So you have to pay him. Instead of volunteering, they don't volunteer. And they do have to volunteer, because this is their country. The environment belongs to them too.
The Watamu environmental activists want to do more to educate the community. Jeffrey wants to make people understand that recycling garbage is meaningful. It looks like he's already come a long way.
If you ask me, I think they should legislate that all bottling companies should recycle all their PET bottles. Recycling could create a revolution. Still in Kenya, a former banker recycles plastics and create new products which will reduce the cutting of trees and in the end, save the forest.
Nicholas Wambua is busy marking the borders of his farm outside Nairobi. Usually farmers here use wooden posts for their fences, but Nicholas has bought a new product.
Compared to the normal poles, the lifespan of this one is longer than the normal poles, so I prefer this one. It is reducing the destruction of forest, because now you find we are lessening the cutting of the trees in our country. So I am for it, because our ecosystem is being controlled.
On the outskirts of Nairobi, the posts are produced by a new, innovative company. EcoPost is the brainchild of Lorna Ruto, a former banker. She came up with an ingenious way of getting rid of the city's plastic waste by making eco-friendly posts from recycled plastic.
All this plastic waste has been collected from various dump sites, some streets, and even homes, people's homes. So we bring them here. This is the first step. They are flooded from the truck. Then we store them until we get a good quantity. From there, we're able to take them into processing.
Every month, EcoPost gives 40 to 50 tons of plastic waste new life as building material. In its first year of operation, it produced more than 5,000 posts, removing hundreds of tons of plastic waste from the environment.
We crush the sawdust and we mix it with the plastic, and we make very good aesthetic and quality posts that can be used even for now building. And it's an alternative to timber, so by so doing we're able to save a lot of trees, and we hope to save the 2% forest cover that is remaining in Kenya.
Kenya has a massive problem with deforestation. Much of the wood is used as building material. EcoPost offers not only an alternative, it also removes plastic waste, which helps limit toxic pollution. Something Karanya Nyoroche strongly endorses.
The society is part of the problem. A problem in the sense that they are the source of that waste, and they should actually be responsible on how to dispose of it. If there is a market, and that market generates 2-3 tons every day of waste plastic, then the market should have regulatory guidelines on how to recycle whatever they generate. Then we'll end up with less plastic strewn on the streets or in the landfills.
Every year, Kenya's plastic waste grows almost tenfold. Lorna Ruto has shown that it's also a resource which can generate huge profits. EcoPost has already created almost 40 full-time positions and hundreds of casual jobs.
So it is not only in Kenya that people are making money from waste. In Gabon, one man is separating and recycling waste.
They have become an established team. Several times a week, men from Global Services come over to the market in Labarene, Gabon, and sort the enormous amount of waste. Organic waste goes into the pink bags and plastic in the blue. This is all done under the watchful eye of CEO Firmin Makaya. Unfortunately, the people here are used to just throwing their garbage on the street. Many simply don't understand why they should think about waste separation and recycling. That's why we have to explain to them the importance of this over and over again. Not only to the residents, but also to the city administration. Labarene may be small, but for years it's had a big waste problem. The city waste management exists only on paper. Businessman Makaya took action. The 37-year-old founded his own private waste collection company, rented a small office, and established a team of 8 strong men. Now they are the stars of Labarene. It's very nice to see what they're doing here. A clean environment helps everybody. We used to really have too much garbage here, but since the people of Global Services started their operations, you can see a difference. These 2 tricycles transport the garbage daily to the depository on the outskirts of Lambarene. The company purchased them with its initial capital, which it won in a startup competition. This is the most unpleasant part of the work for the men of Global Services. Here is where the waste is burned. This, of course, is not good. It's not good for the health of the people who work here. And it's also not good for the environment that we actually want to protect. Now the businessman is working together with his wife on the next step of his garbage project. They want to construct a recycling plant in the jungle of Labarene. The plastic waste will be mixed with sand to create a cement-like brick. The mass is well suited for road construction. And the land has already been purchased and cleared. What's missing now is only money. Of course, it's all a difficult and lengthy process. To be honest, I have sometimes thought of giving up. But today, I'm more convinced than ever that we'll succeed. Makaya has already convinced a producer about his recycling idea, who's supplying Makaya with sand at a special price.
A 16-year-old in Tanzania holds a weekly show focused on the environment.
She's determined, ambitious, and has come a long way. Valentine Waku is a scientist and a staff member at the International Centre for Tropical Agriculture, or CIAT, in Nairobi. For now, the 29-year-old is researching the quinoa plant. The nutritious crop from South America could help in solving Africa's nutrition problem. For this, she analyses seed and soil samples from 5 countries in East and West Africa.
The seeds and soil will be analyzed so that we can see the relation between the nutrients in the soil and the yield we're getting from the seeds.
In the first year of her long-term project, Valentine Waku already discovered 3 suitable kinds. Her results are soon going to be implemented by the farmers.
Especially this being a new crop, we want to tell them that you can have a good yield with this and this variety. So we will propose that these are the varieties that are doing well in Africa.
From the lab to the fields. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organisation works hand in hand with the researchers. The farmers from Machakos have been taking part for 1 year. They get tips on planting and harvesting a particular type of bean. Because of the training we got, the work is now reduced for us. Now we always uproot the weeds and then use them for mulching.
We are proud because we're getting good harvests. It's not like before, because we were taught how to plant, and together with my group, we're applying what we learned. The farmers get to put the surplus from their harvest on the market or sell to processing companies. This is also a result of the project.
Our role, in short, has been select which varieties can go for industrial processing, the pre-cooked, train the stakeholders, including the farmers, on how to grow them and to aggregate them.
For the scientists at CIAT, sustainability is important. Director Robin Burukara knows this as well. The institute now has the plasma of all the bean germs known across the world.
We have the germplasm, there's the research we can do, but we work very closely together with our national research systems and then work closely together with agents which can support dissemination so that the farmers get the product.
The bean project has been ongoing for 1 year and is soon coming to an end. Valentine Waku is happy about its success. She also researched the beans. Now with quinoa, the goal remains the same.
This food security crisis in Africa is ongoing song. So with especially what I'm involved in the quinoa, if it's successful and we see that it can do well in Africa, it will really improve the livelihoods of the downtrodden people.
Valentine Waku's quinoa project has been planned for 5 years. The scientist wishes that the farmers would quickly profit from her results and that quinoa would successfully be planted in Africa.
Imagine if we could educate young Africans very early about recycling waste and taking care of the environment. We would have a cleaner continent. But trust me, it's not too late to act. We'll take a break and then we'll be right back.
There's always lots to talk about on The Advocate. We don't like to keep you in suspense.
If we have 35 revolutions a year, it will register in people's minds that 35 times people got up to try to fight.
Don't abandon ship. What is in your hand?
If you think about that copper that was making chairs and tables, that is what his hands has found to do.
Now, a woman like Adadivo that you mentioned, why till today? Why can't we just give her this award?
China did not close their border and allow their presidents to go to America or London for medical treatment.
We're wasting our time on rice, and that's why every time I hear rice, I'm actually very angry.
TikTok, it's time to set things in motion.
No, you better not talk about
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I think we've done very well in the very difficult circumstances in which we took over governance.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say!
The perception in itself does more harm than actual corruption that you have.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Welcome back. So in our next story, we are taught not to take the fresh air we breathe